Welcome, Creative Faces, to Creative Sound live stream. If you're new around here, please feel free to subscribe to our channel and like us on Facebook. Also follow us on IG and Twitter. Beware, these streams are longer than our usual content due to detailed breakdown, workflow, and interaction with our live audience. We encourage everyone to ask questions via the live chat box if you have one. We aim for positivity, so keep your negative thoughts to yourself. Grab your paintbrushes. Let's paint. What's up, Creative Faces? How y'all doing? What's good with y'all? What's good? What's going on with everybody? My name is Ella from Creative Sound. Yes, we are here. We're on set, and this is a live stream. And I thought it would be interesting to go live after I did this update, right? I've been holding it off for quite some time, and I know that we're talking about Big Sur. If those of you that work from the Mac world, I waited till they updated. I think when 11, I think it's 11.0. I think we had 11.1 or 11.0.1 or something like that. So for those of you that know how this thing go, if you're new here, subscribe, like the video. I'm about to give you guys some gems right quick for those of you that are new to this side of the world, in terms of using updating your system and when is the best time to update. So this is what it is, guys. So if you're a Mac user, this goes for Windows, if you know. So the rule of thumb is when you update your system, you never update immediately. You never update right away. You just never do that, because you got to think about the other applications on your well, now I don't know how it works in the PC world. Maybe they give them heads up or whatever, but I know as far as Mac, I've been using Mac for a very long time. So as far as Mac users, a lot of times they'll drop new stuff and everybody don't get the memo quite like when they do that, they just kind of drop. Sometimes it happens like that. But basically, if you're in the middle of a project, that would be bad if you update your system, your OS, because plugins can break, applications can break, and anything could go wrong, right? you can lose stuff. You just never know. So that's why they say update your system. You always back up your stuff before you take on something like that. And the rule of thumb is actually just sitting back, just watching, and I guess reading up on blogs, YouTube channels. Of course, us guys are always on top of stuff like this and letting you guys know, what it is or whatnot. But I just took it upon myself. I never do this. I never get really excited about updating. I just took it upon myself to update my system to Big Sur. And so far, I haven't used Studio One, for a very long time with this. But so far, I noticed no issues as of yet. Now, there's a couple of plugs that did not quite act right or whatever, but those plugs I'm not really using heavy, so I haven't really, gave it it wasn't something that was a major issue. It wasn't on my radar. But so far, Studio One runs pretty smoothly, and I'm gonna just list a couple of them. Just off the top of my head, things that I use as a professional. I use DaVinci Resolve. I uploaded, well, not uploaded, but I pulled that up. I launched that last night, and I was okay. Nothing too. I haven't used it like heavy like I do, like as far as editing whatever. But so far that works fine. I use Affinity Photo. It's like Adobe Photoshop. That works fine. I use Affinity Designer, which is like again Adobe Illustrator. That's fine. As I'm streaming now, I'm using Ecamm, and that seems to be okay. And you guys let me know if you see anything weird or whatever. But I'm using Ecamm to stream. If you'd like to sign up, that is in an affiliate section, the description. Yeah. So if you dig that, but so far that's fine. I'm using Loopback as my internal system routing. That seemed to be working fine. No issues there. I haven't tried ScreenFlow. ScreenFlow is another one I use, so I don't know. But for the most part, the major ones that I'm using, Native Instruments, Native Access work fine. Everything is okay there. And on some of the websites, they have things listed as to the compatibility of their softwares or hardwares that works with Big Sur as well. So you guys can keep up on that. So I did a lot of those researches actually before I did this because I didn't want to lose nothing. But I did wait until I got all of my projects in, which is the reason why I haven't been able to stream last week. I took a couple of days off to knock out some stuff because I had a deadline. And yeah, so once I was done with that, I just went on ahead and updated. And so far everything is good. Universal control is fine. Studio One is, like I say, so far. I want to say I noticed things sped up a little bit. I have nothing good to say. I have nothing but good things to say about Big Sur so far. But of course, as usual, you definitely want to make sure that you consult the developers of the softwares or hardwares that you guys use, just to make sure that you're good, because they may have not had a chance to get to the update or whatever. So but I took a chance. I never update this fast though. I kind of wait till I usually wait like 6 months or to a year to update. And then Big Sur is like it's like a big one. It's like an overhaul. They went in and redesigned like the bales, the bezels and everything. Like the window size. I mean, not the window size, but the design of the window is more curved. Things are popping up differently. It's like a major system overhaul as far as redesigning everything inside of Mac. So it's not like the regular ones where we went from, I remember like we coming from Lion to, I don't remember what comes out next, Snow Leopard, and then into Mavericks and Sierra, High Sierra, just weird names, Mountain Lion. Mojave, it's not like one of those where the updates supports the different things they're adding or changing. Like it's kind of like small things, but this one is an overhaul. It's like a complete overhaul. Everything is designed differently. So it works, and I think this is really optimized for their new system because Apple's doing their own thing in terms of like their own operating, no, their own chips. I think that's what it is. They have their own chips they producing, and so now they in-house, everything is in-house with Apple, and so I think it was really to conglomerate that platform. You know what I mean? But I have an important thing to note is that my system, I have the iMac. I think it's a 2019, if I'm not mistaken, and I did it first to my MacBook Pro, which is also 2019. So you definitely want to check and make sure that your system can support these updates because you know some things can happen. You can run into some issues if you know. And I know some people who can hack their system, but again, but yeah, that's the updates on that. We're gonna jump into a session here in a second, but I just wanted to like test everything live like we usually do and see like how well it goes. So what's up? What's up? Eternalist, what's up? He said road taking yet. Now I think yeah, that was an earlier comment. But yeah, what's up? Appreciate you being here. Cameron, what's up? What's up? Buck, what's up? What's up? Scrub, what's up? B number, what's happening? Swag is here. Everybody. Glad to see a night session. You know, I was thinking that too. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna go live tonight because I know some people who weren't able to catch me like during the early part of the days will probably really appreciate me going live in the evening. Cause that's what I usually do lives at night. That's what I used to do before I started the creative session. I think the first few creative sessions were started at night. Then I just moved to like the early part of the day because that was like the best time for me. Um, Later on in the day, I kind of get busy with stuff. They even changed in Big Sur. They even changed the notification sound. I know some people had an issue with that, but like when you hit a key and it's like non-responsive, like you hit something that don't do nothing. It was always like I feel like the notification sounds was better. It's more pleasant to listen to. I don't know. From the moment you turn on your computer, it's like a different sound. They changed everything, guys. And this is for the Mac people. Okay, now you right on time. We just getting started. Are you using Big Sur? Yeah, we about to put it through a test run. We're gonna working on this record right now, and I'm let you guys in on what I'm doing. As usual, I show you my process, and if you guys got questions, then I'll that type of thing. Tori, what's up? What's up, J Beats? What's going on? So I take it that you're not using any 32-bit VST apps. Um, I don't know. I don't know if I'm using any 32 bits. I don't think I am. I don't think I am. The only thing I'll say, like in even before Big Sur, in me working, the only thing that was 32-bit was Silent. There was a synth plugin that I was using at that time, and I think that was the only thing that they supported. And so I had to buy something extra in order to convert that to 64-bit. I think that's what I did. I'm not really sure. But Silent has came out not recently, but a while back. They actually produced a version that would support my computer natively, and so I did not need that third party app or that third party plug to do that. So I'm good. So no, I don't think I'm using anything that's 32-bit. But I will say, like inside of like Studio One. Let me see. I have to check something. I want to say. Um, I can't remember where I would. Okay. Mm, I thought there was an option that I can like change like my cores in Studio One from 32 to 64. I don't remember where. Oh, here we go. 32-bit double 60. You know what? I was tripping out the other day. But yeah, Studio One still supports 32-bit and 64. I should have, and I'm still using 32-bit right now. I haven't changed that yet. That's crazy. I should change that. I don't know why I put it to 32. I think I was experiencing an issue one time. But I'm not gonna change it now because I don't mess up anything. I think I'm gonna change it at some point and see what happens. Man, I can't get off Mojave. Anything past Mojave will not run 32-bit apps. Hey, but see that's the point. That's a great thing that you mentioned that. Because I made that statement early. Um, it's not a good idea if you like I said, if you're in the middle of a project, you do not want to update because you do not want to run the risk of something not running correctly because you so excited about the update. So yeah, that's definitely important. Um, and I updated obviously for my own personal reasons. I'm a Apple Mac person, but like I say, I don't get too excited to because you know what? I think it was what was it? It was something I was in. I think it was the version before High Sierra. I don't remember. I think it was Mojave, wasn't it? I think it was Mojave. Either it was Mojave or it was a version. All these names they come up with. But I was in that. I was in that OS for probably like a couple of years, yo. And the first time I updated was High Sierra, so I bypassed a couple of updates. I was in there for 2 years. Like I didn't move. They keep coming out with new stuff, right? And I haven't moved because I feel like this as well. If it if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I haven't had a reason to do any of that extra stuff. I'll watch the videos from Apple and it's like, yeah, that's great. That's cool. But like I was like, I don't feel like it's necessary that I update my system. But and the other thing to that is, my other iMac. It wasn't a 2019. Obviously, it was my other is the iMac is 2010 model. So I've been on that thing for some years, yo. And um same with my Mac. I have a MacBook Pro as well. My MacBook Pro was also 2010 or 11, one of those. And I think on that was my beta tester. You know what I mean? Like when something new come out, I'll update that one. I always do that, make sure everything is good. Then I'll say, okay, I'm gonna update this. But um, yeah, but yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you don't have a reason to do so, it's all good. But me personally, the reason why I did the Big Sur thing because of obviously like I said, personal reason is just like the the whole ecosystem of how everything works with the iPhone and different things like that, and the way it connects and stuff that I need to be able to do as a professional, taking advantage of everything that Apple has done to the system to optimize. And I feel like that's what Big Sur is. It's kind of optimizing things a bit. I don't know for sure. I haven't been on here for a while, but I'm noticing things have sped up tremendously. You know what I mean? Like I say, Studio One is a little bit faster to me. I've noticed, and we're gonna get to the project, but I noticed that. But of course, I have to be on Big Sur for a while to gauge what's really going on. You know what I mean? But I feel like Big Sur And this new stuff that they put in these newer computers, taking advantage of how the processor react and respond to different things that you're doing. So like your app, like Studio One, for instance, it taking advantage of um the processor in a different way, like the GPUs and stuff like that. Um, balancing like your internal processor versus the like off board, like dedicated video processors and things like that. I feel like that's what will make your app run a whole lot better, a whole lot faster. It's more efficient. You know what I mean? So that was kind of like my thing. I'm like, okay, let me go ahead and update because you know, I'm interested in seeing how this go. I need a new Mac Mini to try it out. Maybe not sure. Yeah, I mean, it's totally up to you. I had to roll back from Catalina because all the 32-bit apps will not work. All your apps have to be 64-bit. Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? That all of the apps that I'm using, I have mentioned quite a few just now. I'm okay. I haven't had anything to break, and I'm just kind of looking. I haven't pulled up Bitwig yet, but if Bitwig don't work, they eventually will work, right? But I think they would work. I haven't pulled it up because I don't work from there mainly. I just went to all of the apps that I use, like heavy. Reason works. I think. Wait, I'm talking too fast. I haven't pulled up Reason yet, but I think it works. What else? I haven't pulled up Logic, but obviously, if anything works first in terms of music production, it's always gonna be Logic. Cause come on, you know, I'm pretty sure that's in the making as they do these updates. So Logic always have the upper hand. Anything else that I use, I think those are the main things. My movie editor app, me going live, which is Zcam, my switcher here that I use to switch back and forth, count different camera angles. That's fine. My so I have three different cameras plugged in, so all those are good. My iPhone plugged in as another angle that works fine. No, I'm good. So I like to test run everything, and at the same time I'm working on an actual record. So I guess it'll be a great idea. Um, for those of you that are new, subscribe, like the video, and we're gonna dive deep into it. Um, I have one-on-one sessions for you guys that want to dive deeper. You want to sit down one-on-one and you know want me to share tips, tricks like off the books. You know, um, and I appreciate some of you guys that have already been reaching out to me. Though I enjoy myself. Nice meeting new people, whatever. So if any of you guys that want to do that my email is pinned in the live chat section. Say the new OS will only run 64-bit apps. Even some of the old Apple programs were 32-bit on my Mac and will not work in the OS past Mojave. I'm interested in knowing what apps are you running. I would love to try Big Sur, but I have to order apps other than music programs that will not work. I will have to get a new Mac. Yeah. So you came from Catalina. If you came from Catalina, then you're good. Yeah, my computer came with Catalina on it. Say pull up machine. Machine works. If you come from Mojave, then you're in trouble. So you got a program called Drummer. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I highly disadvise. I advise against you guys that have, and that's going back to my point. You guys definitely want to do. Make sure you do research on what you are using. So I sat here long and hard, and I wrote down some stuff that I use, and I have a lot of things on my computer that I don't care for. So I really didn't care if I lost access to that. So that's something like huge. Like if you are working, it's just like Kay mentioned, like he understands that he has programs that will not work past Mojave. He already tested it out, you know what I mean? And he had to go backwards. So you definitely want to make sure that you are you good. So my main thing, yeah, I'm sure things like Final Cut will work, because that's proprietary to the whole Mac space. So um I can't really think of anything else I'm really using like that. Um Let me see. Now I do know that some of my commands were kicked out and I have to reset it. So be mindful of that as well. Like I know with this streaming app here, I had to re-sign into it. So things like that will happen. Um, I'm just paying attention to some things that may have like grayed out, but most importantly, Studio One works. That's definitely the highlight right now. Seeing how Studio One works. So basically, I got this project here. You said you use Clean My Mac. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few things for me that's not showing up, like in terms of compatibility. But I know, for instance, like loopback, when I updated, it started to act funny. Like there was like it wasn't compatible. But once I updated it, then I was good. Because obviously the update works on Big Sur. So I'm cool. So far as you guys see, Studio One works. It works with no problem. Um, Contact. I'm using Contact for my strings. I mean, there is no known issues right now. Everything works perfectly. I haven't noticed anything funky. To the person who wanted me to pull up machine. I don't know if you were saying you wanted me to work from machine, but just to show you that machine works, I'll just put it in here just to show you that we good as far as that goes. But I don't think I'm ready to work in machine just as yet. Like as far as like what I'm doing here in on this record right here. But we're about to test it right now. Um I did notice one time Studio One crashed as soon as I saved it. This was last night. But what's funny was I was going to shut it down anyway. So it was like, wow, Studio One knew exactly what I wanted to do, but you know, I don't know. That was kind of weird. All right, so machine is up. Actually, this is my first time pulling up as a plugin inside of Studio One ever since the Big Sur joint, and I must say everything is working okay. Everything is good so far, from what I can tell. No known issue. So if I go here to browse and okay, it works. That definitely worked. So back to browse. Yeah, and also the SQ works with no problem. The Atom SQ, I had no issues with getting that to work. Like everything is good. I guess to that statement earlier, if you had Catalina, you should be straight. Um, I guess that's a true statement because that's where I'm coming from. You say is my monitor 4K? I think it might be 5K to be honest with you. This is an iMac, as a matter of fact. So um, we can kind of check that now, I guess. Yeah. Oh, wait. What does that say? The display. Yeah, this is a 5K monitor. Now, now this is my monitor. Now, obviously, my monitor on my iMac is way better than what you guys are seeing me go live through, because the display that I'm using is it's another display, and it's just regular 1920 by 1080. Right, that's good enough for YouTube, like I'm doing now. But my monitor is a 27 inches, a 5K monitor, so things are super crispy as I see it. Yeah. Um, yeah, machine took a second because I think a couple of factors is that that was my first time pulling it up as a plugin, and usually machine takes a while. Um, Everything is still fresh. Like Studio One took a minute when I loaded up initially. So I think it's one of those things where something new just got to get to know it, and it got to learn your methods, I guess. Like put your imprint in there, and then once things get going, um, then it should load up with no problem. The other factor is that I'm live right now, so I never really look at the speed right now because my Mac right now is not SSD, it's a hybrid. So it's like it's faster than my old one, but it's not fully SSD. It's like a hybrid. It's got a portion of SD and a portion of a spin disk in there. So it's still going to be kind of slow on the slow end. And plus my hard drive is a spin disk. It's a 7200 RPM, which is good for what I do. But I would like to go to the next step, which will be an SSD drive, which will it would actually speed up the things as well. Also, my processor, I only have 16 gigs in here. I can max this thing out to 64 gigs. I have not did that yet. I only put 16 in there because I figured at least if I'm at least able to put 16 gigs in there, I should be good, because that was the maximum amount I could have maxed out my older Mac. So I said I'm gonna put 16 in here, and then I'm gonna progress later and just max it out. So I figured once I max that out, then things will be super faster than where we are now. You say Native Instruments said that they are working to see if Big Sur would work. Yeah. So right now, I've seen something online, them saying something to that magnitude, but I'm not like, and they have a list of things that they tested and works perfectly. Machine was not on that list, but obviously you guys saw that machine works fine. So it's always one of those. I think they don't want to put a claim on it, and it don't work. Then it's like they gave you false advertisement. But I think, okay, native access work, machine works obviously. Now I'm not gonna say that I ain't gonna experience no bugs, because we still are in the beginning stages or whatnot. But so far, everything is good. I'm able to like toggle around and do whatever I want to in here with no problem. The software works. So but like I said, it's not to say that I won't experience any bugs. But for right now, everything works right now. But if you still a little skeptical, then I'll say follow your gut. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the one to say, hey guys, it's okay to update, and then you start experiencing problems, because it's like Kay mentioned that he has stuff on his system where he needs support, 32-bit support, and he mentioned that Big Sur is 64-bit completely. So you definitely want to make sure that you check out your software, your hardware, make sure that they are compatible and that they work for this situation. Like me, I just dived in, you know what I mean? Like we still in this pandemic, right? And I have a lot of work, and I have but I'm also very curious. I'm a very tech guy, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just do it. I'm gonna see what happens. I think when I went on that site, I had the idea that it will work. Now, if you have a system like older systems and you can get the update, I can't say that it will work. I'm not sure. Just the other day, Personas, Gregor did a video, and he put out a tip for you guys that are using older Macs. If you experiencing weird things that's going on, he showed you where to go to deactivate the graphics, the accelerated graphics that should help you in your situation. I don't know if you guys caught that or if you care to see that, but for those of you that care to see that, I'm gonna go and show you that right now. So, like, if you're on an older Mac, I believe this is just for Mac users. You have to go to Preference, and you go to the general area, and here's that button, Enable Graphic Hardware Acceleration. So if you have like issues, I think this is what you uncheck. Now, for people like me that are on like more of a later versions of Macs, to take advantage of like speaking of how smooth things are, and like just the way that Studio One was designed, this is checked. So I just left that check for me. But I don't know, that might be a nugget for somebody who might need that. So That's free. That didn't cost you anything. If you want to send me a donation, my Cash App is in the tip, the pin comment. Yeah, yeah. Um. Oh, you know, I'm okay. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I thought I was reading it wrong. Um. Thanks, Jeff. What's up, Bronx? What's up? What's up? He said, yeah, you had to update your apps to 64-bit. My problem was I could not contact the makers of some of the 32-bit apps to see if I could get an update. Yeah, yeah, that would be wise. Contact them, but a lot of time, well, I can't really speak to that. Just like the information should be on the website. I know for me, as far as like all of the stuff that I use. Let's see. Anything else that I use? I'm just trying to think of top because I know some of you guys may use these things. I'm just trying to think. Maybe I could pull up like um I think I'm really minimalistic when it comes to the stuff I do. Like I do a lot of video editing, music production. I'm heavily into graphic design and things stuff and all of those apps works, fine. I don't have any issues with those. Um I know for me, I'm just enjoying how the GUI looks and like the design of the Big Sur. I might as well just put it on the screen so y'all can enjoy it with me. Yeah. So just you know, I ain't gonna go deep into like all of this stuff because I leave that to the tech guys when they talk about the updates and what changed and this and that. But this is definitely different from all of this change, the bells and whistles and yeah. Let me see. I was looking at something. I was looking at something else somewhere. Um, and I thought it was interesting how things were like, yeah, let me see if I can go somewhere more interesting. Um, but everything is right here. I mean, it looks pretty much the same, but it's just added details like this right here. Well, that's just a website. Like the metadata, I think you can. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna go to. Let's see what pops up. I'm looking at something here. Um, and I haven't paid attention to this. I'm just trying to see how much more information that they give. Oh wow, now that's dope. So all of the metadata to this file that I created is here. So it supports whatever that's in here. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember seeing all of this. Like usually files don't come with this type of information. I Now usually when I hit the space bar, I can see whatever I put in there. but it's usually just the artist and the album and the title of the beat. But in here, it gives everything, like the notes, the composer, the genre, like everything is. So I mean, that stuff like that is kind of cool. Yeah, but everything else is just still the same. It's nothing different. I just admire like the design and how much more information we have now. Yeah. So I was going to the applications. I stopped there for a second. Um. Oh yeah, Isotope. I haven't tried that. Isotope. I would imagine that it works. You know, when you think about it, it's like companies like that. I would imagine that those things work. So, so if you guys are Isotope, no, as a matter of fact, I know it works because I use the mastering. No, let me stop. That was before Big Sur. Um, okay, so real quick, if I'm gonna pull up, I'm gonna pull up vinyl because that's an Isotope thing. Okay, so that obviously works. What if I pull up ozone? Let's pull up ozone. Okay, ozone works with no problem. It's reading levels. Yeah, so we good there. Ozone works. Like stuff like that, like programs like I mean plugins like that I use. These are things I use on a regular. So that works with no problem. Um in terms of instruments, let's see. If I pull up Studio Drummer, see it's taking a little bit for Studio Drummer. Studio Drummer. Okay, Studio Drummer works. No problem. Let's test the Reason Rack. Let's see. Reason works. So that statement about coming from Catalina might be true. If so, then I guess you okay. But yeah, everything works. No glitches. No. Yeah, it's just everything seems to work okay. Now the real test would be actually working. You know what I'm saying? If I actually go ahead and start working, which I'm going to do here. All right, so far, it seems like everything is optimizing pretty nicely, but that's nothing. I can't call that. That's it's too soon to call that one. But you know, as you guys can see, the issues always happens when you working for real. You know, it's like wait a second. So I'm not gonna be the one to be like, yeah, go ahead, guys, go ahead, update. I'm just testing this out for myself, and I ain't been streaming in a while, so You said machine was getting biz a wild Anna 2. I didn't pull up Anna 2. Anna 2 should work. I'm thinking you should be good creative when you got your Mac. Yeah. Serum grad, vital Biden Nick. Yeah, I updated everything this year. Now, as far as the Mac, it's a 2019. It's not the newer stuff. It's new to me because I needed it because of the ports. My old Mac was still USB 2.0, so this one is everything is Thunderbolt and USB 3.0. So I had to get that for that purpose. That's a separate purpose, and it was time to just update because I think I was stuck at High Sierra on my own. I couldn't update past that. Not that I was wasn't really looking forward to Catalina. I didn't care anything about Catalina, to be honest with you. To be 100 with you, I care nothing about it. I was fine with High Sierra. Everything worked. Everything was perfect. But when you buy new hard drives and things like that, stuff plugging in your system is like everything is 3.0. I know Ecamm only supports 3.0. When you trying to plug in like cameras and stuff like that. Like if you're doing like the what is it, that video converter? I forgot the name of that thing. I have it too. It's the E something. Wait a minute. I got it right here. The Cam Link. Yeah. So the Cam Link right here. If you're doing live and you working with like DSLR cameras to get it to be recognizing your, like, this is what I got set up. I'm using DSLR camera, and this was one of the ways that I was able to like stream with a better camera instead of the webcam. Is using something like this. This is like a HDMI convert into 3.0, and my old computer would not support this. You know what I mean? So that was like one of the reasons. So it was like, okay, it's time to update, because everything that I'm trying to do nowadays is taking on the new stuff, and I was still, this is another one like the Thunderbolt ports, or the USB-C, some people call it, stuff like this. And it was like, I'm just go ahead and just upgrade. So I just went ahead and did that. And yeah, I'm glad I did it because it sped up everything for me. I like to work fast. And, I have a 2017 MacBook Pro with 1 terabyte SSD, and I have a 2 terabyte external hard drive with all my music files. I think you're good though. If you got a 2017, you should be okay. Because I think it was like 2017 to 2019, there wasn't like, even a 2016, I believe you're okay. Anything after that until 2019, I say 2019 mid versions, wasn't really worth upgrading to, because they were all kind of like the same thing, or there was like issues like your system was like overheating, or it was something they were saying. I was reading, but as far as like what you can do, because I think the 2017 models has USB 3 on them, or some Thunderbolt, the USB-C type ports on those. I think those models also has the HDMI on those, because I know a whole bunch of models had the display port on those, and I often had to use a display port to HDMI. Like it was always like a converter involved. I work in the audio visual um, industry as well. So dealing with like computers like that, we always had to do those, and I was grateful for the ones that came in that had HDMI and just plugged straight into the system, and we was good because sometimes the display ports don't, the mini display ports don't work all the time depending on the brand. So what's good, E Nice? E Nice, what's going on? uh, the baby face back there. Yeah, I had to grow up one of these days. That's funny. Said, I'm gonna just let this thing grow out, and you know, make me look like I have more wisdom. Grow that beard out. I don't know. Make me look like I have more knowledge. But what you saw back there was, you know, me going to work every day in the corporate world. They ain't really couldn't. Well, I like in the middle of that. I always wanted to grow my beard out, but it would have looked it ratchet going to work every day, and this stuff is just kind of coming in. So if I was to go back now, it's a little bit more developed or whatever. It's not as developed as I wanted, but it looks a little better. I could trim it better and tame it a lot better now. So I'll be okay going back now. But like in the growing stages, I couldn't do it at that point. So if I was to go back, I can go back like y'all now y'all gotta pay me more because I've developed some wisdom during the season. So now y'all have to upgrade my salary because I look like I have more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, appreciate that. You still got the MK2. Uh, the MK2. You talking about the control? Absolutely. I still got it. It's right here. I rock with it every day. It's a big dog, Big Sur. Thoughts on the M1 chip? I think is amazing, to be honest with you. I have nothing bad to say about that. I think as a music professional, I think that anything that you can get into that involves workflow enhancement, your speed, and like other things I also appreciate too, like just how me personally, the reason why I got into the Mac world, this Mac ecosystem, is the ecosystem, right? Just the way things works together. Like I can take I could take my phone, which is plugged in as one of my my camera angles, right? Like that's crazy. But anyway, I could take my phone and copy something and paste it on my system. Like the interaction between while I copy something, vice versa. I copy something over here and paste it within my phone. And like that speeds up workflow for me a whole lot fast. Cause before all of this technology happened with the handshakes between these computers was if I needed to do that, I used to have to always go to notes, the notes app, which is what I still do. I go inside the notes and I'll save it as a note and it update, but it take a while to update to my other systems or whatnot, right? Or if that was too slow, I would take that and copy something and text myself or email myself. Yeah, that was a better one. I used to always email myself stuff that I wanted to copy and stuff I want to move from my system over to my phone or vice versa. So nowadays, I don't have to do any of that. I think the other thing was for me was Airdrop. My older system does not support Airdrop between the mobile phones, my my um my iPhone and that Mac. It just would not do it. But nowadays with this here, I go back and forth, like sending myself like a finished project or whatever the case may be. Like that was something I thought was okay. I need to go ahead and update my stuff because I need to be able to do that. And it was super frustrating that I wasn't able to do that. So stuff like that for me, like, so yeah, the M1 chip, I just think it's a added value. Now, to get those devices with that technology, it's a bit much. I don't really care for that. For me, I don't think it's really important for someone like me to spend money on that right now when it's still fresh. I say like give it a couple of years when it's been out already, and you know it's you know But I think it's really cool that that chip is supposed to be like the game changer. I think if I'm remembering correctly, I remember some points about it when they talked about it. Say that that monitor is beautiful. Appreciate it. Yeah, but I've always worked from a 27-inch monitor. Um, this one is 27. I think this one is 27 as well. Yeah, I think either 27 or 21. I think it's a 27. But yeah, um I had the option to plug in my stuff in a bigger size monitor system. I just to me it's just I mean it's bigger, that's great, but I just thought a 27 was perfect for my setup. Another cool fact: if you are on the latest iOS for your iPhone, some functionality will no longer work between MacBook and your iPhone. I, d- I would like to know what what that is. What is that? Oh, you mean like if you're on a iPhone versus your system, like 2017 model. I guess depending on the years that things were made. So I remember you said you have a 2017 system, and if you are currently on the latest update on the iPhone, you functionality may break. I mean that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. For me, it's been the opposite. But see, I had that experience too. Like my phones always stay up to date, right? Because security reasons, and they was always updating things and making it better, making the phones more faster, optimized for quicker. You know what I mean? So I always kept my iPhone updated. But as you keep your iPhone updated, your system is not moving as fast as those updates. You're doing things now on your iPhone that you can no longer do, introducing new things that your um which is what Big Sur is. Like for me, I did think that this part right here was pretty cool because now we have this section right here. It looks like a phone. Like this is like the notification section. That's this is really cool. I like this. So I mean, like stuff like that was like okay, this, but it wasn't. You can start your music up from here, and like this is what we see on our iPhones right now. Like just everything right here, in I can hit the do not disturb. Before I had to go to preference and hit the do not disturb, because I didn't want any like notifications hitting my computer while I'm live, at least, right? And then all of my controls, like my Wi-Fi, my Bluetooth, and like the AirDrop, all that's like right there. So that's to me that was like okay, that's nice, but it wasn't one of those things that was like okay, I really need to update because of those. You know what I mean? It was just more so like um I want to see if it maximized my workflow as a professional. So so far I'm good. We good so far. You guys, I was able to show you guys like what Studio One looks like and how it feels. And monitor those things, make a massive difference. Oh yeah, oh yeah. What size monitor are you working from? You probably be coming from like a laptop or something. So I got my MacBook Pro. It's the 16-inch model. I had a 15, and I just went on and just upgraded to the 16-inch, and the screen on here is like it's pretty smooth. I love it. So Big Sur for me is pretty okay for what I do, like me personally. But you guys want to make sure that you check the websites to developers of the software or hardware that you guys currently use to make that decision. Like I say, I do not want to approve of you updating your system and then you experience issues and then you come hit up me on this video and be like, bruh, like, can you help me? I'm in deep trouble. I updated my system and I don't know what to do. Can you help? Can you please help? And I'm just gonna be like, I could do the best I can, but like, I can't help something that's incompatible be compatible. If you know what I mean. And like me, I know there's a few things that like I said before. If some things that it was like incompatible or whatever, if they became incompatible once I update, I was willing to take the risk on that if the main points were good. Studio One works because that's what I use daily. DaVinci Resolve for my video editing, that works. I use that all the time. What else? Like those, all the complete stuff works. My keyboard works with no problem. Like the drivers are good. You guys hear me live because I like to go live with no problem. There's no audio issues, right? I would assume because I know y'all would have told me, like, bruh, you not sounding that great. The image quality is good or is as usual. There's no dropouts as I know, and I know as soon as I say stuff like that, that's when they happen. But so far we good. So Big Sur is good right now. No issues as of yet. As of yet. But like I say, when you're using 32-bit stuff that you probably don't want to do this. Yeah, absolutely. Big companies like this is good to go. Plug-in Alliance did their thing and got Big Sur certified right now. When it launched, okay, they sent out an email. And, okay, yeah. There's a lot of companies that are on top of things. There are other companies that are not. I know, for instance, a big one was with Pro Tools. Pro Tools was the folk, Avid. They were the people who was always like lagging. They always drug their feet. That was another reason why. But anyway, for a lot of users, I think the big one was Pro Tools because Pro Tools, they it seemed like they got the notice at the last minute. You know, when a new OS system comes out, a year passed, and then they finally wake up. Oh, there's a new operating system, or maybe we should work on like getting it, compatible with the new. It's just kind of how I felt. You know what I mean? And so a lot of the old heads, people, I like to call them old heads because I don't know. I don't want to offend anybody, but I feel like Pro Tools, in my opinion, is like kind of the thing of the past. I know some of you guys probably use Pro Tools. I don't know. It's just one of those things where I feel like I am better off doing the same type of things in Studio One and probably get a better result. And that's coming from somebody who used to use Pro Tools. I started out in Pro Tools and I hated it. Like I hated it with a passion. I went to school. I went to Full Sail University, and I had to use Pro Tools as it was part of the curriculums. and I hated it. I hated it with the passion. And I wasn't even in Studio One at that time. I was in Logic. Like Logic was my thing, but we had to use Pro Tools to complete certain things, and I could not stand it, yo. I just felt like it was too clunky. It was so like old feeling, and like it was the way you do things in there was just so still old school, and like it was some of the reasons why I moved from Pro Tools is some of the same reasons why I moved from Logic. You know what I mean? And in the Studio One, it's like to me, it's everything is just so much quicker, faster, simpler. The coding on there now, Studio One still has they problems, and I'm a hundred on calling those things out, no problem. But I just feel like Studio One is faster, and you can do some of the same stuff in there. Now, Pro Tools obviously have their advantages. Of course, you can do things because they still consider the big dogs, right? But I just prefer not to use Pro Tools. I don't use it. But Pro Tools was one of those platforms, those softwares that took their time. It was like they never was on top of things when and there may be a reason behind that. I don't know. But yeah, Pro Tools was always like, so especially for you guys. So I just know everybody that use Pro Tools is the ones who usually don't update. They never update. You know, if they update, it might be 5 years down the line. You know what I'm saying? Like with those Pro Tools guys, they don't do that. Like, they not moving. They staying right there, yo. Cause I think they know what it is. Like, until Pro Tools is proven that it's working, it's optimized and perfect for that operating system, they not going anywhere. Said Vinyl Gang is here. The South Bronx is repping. He's repping his. Yeah, you repping. You repping. Appreciate it. That's what's up. The Rocksteady crew. Uh, Tory G. That's good to know. Yeah, Max R said sipping on that moonshine. Yeah, Max R. I don't know if that comment was when I mentioned my beard. When you have a beard, that's what you do, right? Sip on moonshine. Uh, yes, I can still install, but I'm not. Yeah, man. I totally get it. Um, Not all just Thunderbolt connection. I got into the hub. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's what's up. Well, I know my old Mac had just the mini display and USB 2.0 on it, and it had a FireWire port on there. There's a FireWire port. Yeah, that was it. That's all it had on here. Now this one is just straight USB C. Just like that's it. I really don't like the idea of using dongles and adapters to convert, but I do appreciate it though because it's like if you don't have that port, that connectivity, that wire, as long as you have an adapter, that's great. But I think it makes sense to keep down the size of devices these days. You know, I don't know. I really don't understand why they took out HDMI. I think HDMI is still standard, but nah, I don't know. Apple's a smart company, so I just usually roll with it. And I'm like, they might be on to something, switching out everything like this. Everything works. I'm pretty sure there's a science behind everything they do. Um, like now the cool thing about these Macs, like I'll say one thing for me would be, now you may have a different opinion about this, but I just think that, like, I did like the mag safety approach. My older Mac has that feature on there. You plug your charger into your Mac, and for whatever reason, some type of disconnection, if you walk in that path or your kid walk and trip themselves, accidentally step on your cord, or you snag it somehow, like positioning your computer, having that mag safety was cool, because all it would do was detach itself from your computer instead of bringing your entire computer down or snagging itself away from the socket in your wall. So I thought that was a really cool technology. I've seen many benefits. They benefit me a lot, because like my cord, it would be like, I don't know, somehow things happens, instead of the devices that are, if you have to plug in and secure it, and then if you pull on it, the whole thing is coming out, or the whole device or whatever it is. But the mag safety joint on here was was dope. But now we are USB C, where the power to the wall, your power brick connected to your computer is connected, but those are the same ports that you can plug in and get that HDMI connectivity, or plugging in additional hubs, or transferring files, things like that. And the fact that you can go to any port on either side of the computer, that's dope. I can't be mad at that. I think that's dope, because I've maximized on that. Like, I plug my power on either side, and I'm thinking there's no dedicated side where the power goes. I can just switch it up here and there. Like, it doesn't matter. That solves a problem where, if your power connection is bad, like one of the ports go bad, then you can plug it up on another port. Did that could be, that's how I look at it. Like, I've seen a lot of people complain about stuff like that, but I'm like, you just got to look at it from a different angle. You have four different ports. Like, Mads come with four. You have four different ports to plug your power in. But I still have to, like, I still have a bunch of USB stuff. Like, still gotta plug in an adapter. Like, that's the thing. I don't like that part, but I do like the fact that I have more options when it comes to plugging in your thing to the computer. So, I mean, OWC Thunderbolt 3 dock. Yeah, so there are docks available for these type of things that makes it convenient. They put more options on here. So, I mean, that's cool. I bet that baby face down and the monitor was still using that red light dish, man. I think I was. So the M1 chip is a total game changer. I think so. If you got a budget. I'm look it up now. Let's talk about it. I had to refresh my memory. The M1 chip. Small chip. Giant leap. M1 is here, our first chip designed specifically for Mac. It delivers incredible performance, custom technologies, and revolutionary power efficiency. And it was designed from the very start to work with the most advanced desktop operating systems in the world, Mac OS Big Sur. With the giant leap in performance per watt, every Mac with M1 is transformed into a completely different class of product. This isn't a upgrade, it's a breakthrough. You know? So then we look at the demonstrations up to 3.9 times faster. Um, I don't know about you, but all I see is performance improvement. Massive CPU performance using a fraction of power. 8-core CPU M1. You know, I'm not. Wait. This make me want to search for something on my system. Because I don't know what I have. Specifications, important information, hardware support. Um, okay, that just takes me to a page. Hardware support. Yeah, it just takes me to a page. One of these memory, no, overview, system report. That's what I was looking for. System report. Hmm. If I'm looking at, I think hardware, I need to go to. I'm spilling all of the beans, guys. So this is what I got. Um, so I have a 6-core Intel Core i5. It's a 3 gigahertz processing speed. Um, let's see the memory. Um, the GPU. I don't. I can't recall what. I'll have to go through these and find it. Um, trying to see what what chip I have in this joint. PCI power, SDI storage, Thunderbolt, Thunder diagnostics controller, card reader. I know there's an easy way to find this stuff out, but I thought it would pop up like, oh, I guess that's it right there. The Intel. Yes, yeah. Should take you that stuff right here, I guess. Yeah. So yeah. So obviously the M1 is it's a game changer. As I'm sitting here thinking like, wait, um, for a second I thought I had it because it was like for systems that already have it, blah blah blah. I'm like, wait, is that out already? So I had to like look at it right quick to see what was going on. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, I didn't spilled all of the beans. Now y'all know what I got. Y'all know what I'm working with. You said Airdrop is getting old. I remember them floppy disks. Exactly. Hey, I remember that too. Um, yeah, around when I first got started. Yeah, Airdrop is the future, yo. I'm telling you, if you in the studio with artists or whatnot, man, Airdrop all day, bro. Airdrop is what is taking this connectivity to a whole nother level. And in between different Macs, oh my God, I can't tell you how many countless times I done like share stuff between systems, for several reasons, just different things that I'm doing. Take a snapshot of something, take a picture on my phone, and airdrop it to my system and continue working on something if it hasn't updated to the photo app already, right? But I turned my photo app off. I deactivated it because I didn't want all of my photos syncing to my computer. I think that's a bad idea for me, at least, because I need my system dedicated to performance and not storing a bunch of photos and videos of like stuff I do on the daily. So I can say, with AirDrop, I can just send it or whatever. And not only that, like everybody in my household we are all Mac users. Everybody has an iPhone, so if I need to send them something, I can send them something straight from my Mac. Like boom, there you go. Even text messaging was like I'm just telling y'all why I use Mac now. For text messaging purposes, like when I send somebody an MP3 track of something I just did inside of my Mac, I could just text it to them. If you have an iPhone, it'll pull up with no problem, with no issues. I'm not sure if Android has updated to where it can support that. I think so, but I think the only way that people on Android can listen to music is by going through Google Play or something like that. I don't know. I have been off the market with Android. However, when I was using Android, I had the G phone. I think the G phone, in my opinion, was the best phone I ever had. Y'all want to look that up? It was the Google phone was like bananas, yo. It was like this flip up screen, and I could text. Yeah, that was dope. That was the dopest flip phone I ever had. And then I went to a like a stylus type phone. I can't even remember what it was, like a PDA or something like that. It was like a Windows PDA, and then I had what did I have? I had the last one I had was a Samsung Note. It was the Note 2. That was the last phone I had as far as Android. And then from then on, I just Mac, Apple. Um, uh, and I was but all that time I was using Mac computers, yo. I was using Mac computers, still had an Android, and I finally made that decision to switch over. I always wanted a iPhone, by the way, but the reason why I didn't is because I felt like the ones that was available, the ones that came out with, was too small for my hands. I just felt like, you know, there's a little bitty old phone, and the other phones, like this. This is I think this is the 6, the iPhone 6. Stuff like, because I was used to the Note, right? I had the Note 2, and the phone was like about this size, and I just couldn't fathom the idea of being on having an iPhone that small. But I always wanted one because I know how dope they are. But when they finally made the 6, I was like, bet, I'm getting it. Let's go. So I got the 6, and the rest was history. So like, it's like certain things we could do when you a Mac users, like the ecosystem is bananas. So uh so if you're on Mojave on your MacBook, you on your iOS 13 and about, the reminder app will no longer transfer the reminders between. Oh man, you got a whole slew of issues, bro. But I threw that up on the screen just for some people who have those same issues. So, oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Said the N1 stays cool with no fans, no latency. Can you do Serato Studio Stream? I don't have Serato Studio. I don't have Serato anything right now. It's crazy, yo. I should have had it. I say that all the time. Like, people bring that up, and I'm like, man, I don't use Serato. I haven't, and you know the reason why I haven't gotten it yet. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get Serato, but I don't work enough with samples to get Serato. Like, I see Serato as being used for people to like quickly chop up samples and good cool ideas. Now I do work with samples to some certain extent. And I probably need to do that just to do the little things I do, and it probably would encourage me to use it more because of the power behind it. So I do see that. I do see value. I definitely see the value. You know what I mean? I don't want to get it twisted. I just not that was not something on top of my radar. And I do think Serato has a place in this industry for what it does, how you able to like manipulate a sample. But I just feel like I don't work with samples enough to get something. Like, I do basic minimal to stuff if I'm using a sample. Um Especially in my world and like the things that I do as a professional, I try to stay clear of using samples, like in terms of like taking another record and chopping it up, like how that's a norm in the hip hop world. I try not doing that because when you submitting stuff to TV and working with different artists, you got to get that stuff cleared. And I just never wanted to run the risk of I want all of my money. That's the bottom line. I need all of my money. When I submit this, I want to be paid 100% what's mine. I don't want to have to negotiate nothing with nobody else. Now if I'm collabing with you, that's a different story. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's totally different because then we can sit down and come to an agreement and you know discuss out was what, you know what I mean, and we can go from there. But it can be very costly when you're working with samples and you gotta get it cleared and you gotta pay this amount of money, and even the time frame that it takes to uh because when you release stuff and you're using samples from somewhere else, when they get back to you, right? That's another factor. You can't release music until you get it cleared, and that could take a while. First, you got to do research. You got to find out who owns the music, and then most songs don't have. It's not very simple to find somebody because a lot of songs, as you guys can see, there are a lot of writers, there are a lot of producers on the same song. So you got to hit everybody up, or if you can hit like the manager or something like that, get in contact with the manager that can get you that information that can kind of close that gap, kind of be like the mediator between all of them, because you got to have everybody permission to license their stuff, their samples. And like I say, that could be a nightmare. So I have no interest in using samples or other people's samples. I do all of my own stuff myself. I use ideas. I gain inspiration from different places, different artists. Um, but I just try to do everything myself. I'm not. I've always kind of been like that. I don't deal with the sample stuff. Like I'm good on that. I appreciate that. Shit, yeah, crusty old Pro Tools rusted. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. I was wondering about. That's what's up. That's why I did this. I, at least you guys know that Studio One works. I could continue working in there too. May have a couple ideas I want to throw in there. Um, that is a claim. I have not had a chance to use that yet. I am lucky that my 2017 has been good, but best believe I got that Apple Care insurance. That yeah, that's always good. That's definitely, yeah. Having insurance is always the way to go. Um, but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this one thing. Like the other reason why I like Max is because I'm not saying that this doesn't happen to anybody, but I have never had any real issues. Well, actually, until up up until this year, but it was my fault. It was a user error. But for as long as I've been using Macs, I never had any real issues with the performance of my Mac. It have crashed on me. Now when it crashed, my Mac had crashed on me. There's been times, but it always reboots itself and it comes back. I've never had an issue where it crashed and it just went to a different state that it was hard to come back from. Like I've never had that issue. Um, what I try to do is shut down my computers when I'm not using it, rebooting back. Now, if I'm in the middle of something and I'm falling asleep and I got to get something done, but I just need to take a moment and go rest, go have a drink or whatever, then I'll hibernate my computer and come back to it because I don't want to you know, go through the rebooting and all that stuff. But that's the only time I hibernate my computer. But most of the times I shut my jab down. And That is the reason why my iMac from 2010 all the way to 2020, right, is still working. It cuts on like a charm, no issues. It's still the same speed, like it's slower or whatever, but no issues. Like once it cuts on, it's good. No, yeah, no known issues. It's straight. The only reason why I upgraded was because everything was being outdated. So I still have that one in the background, and it still cuts on with no problem. I bought my wife a a MacBook. This was, man, this was like probably close to 20 years ago. And that thing still cuts on till today. That thing still turns on and runs with no problem. 20-year-old Mac, bro. Like stuff like that. I was like, man, that's crazy. That is crazy. I can't think of a PC that does that. I had a PC. That thing crashed in 2 years. And it that's it. Like it was a wrap. It's out of there. Like it was no good. Like it just the functionality stopped work. Like it was just crappy. It like error messages. This things was just crazy. And then plus you gotta put a security. Like I think I had Norton on mine, and you gotta have those programs on there, and and people trying to hack your system, and it was crazy. On my Macs, I've never put a security program here. Never. Never put a security program and never had an issue. That's what I think Macs are good for. Like Macs, that's the money you spent when you use Macs. Never had to put a security, and I've been to some crazy websites. You know what I mean? I like, just being honest. You click on stuff you not know exactly where it's gonna take you. Um, yeah, and that's how I'm knowledgeable about what to click on and what not to click on. You know what I mean? That type of thing. I done been to some sites that, yeah, and still don't have any issues, no problems whatsoever. So I'm cool. That's why I'm a Mac guy. Yeah, that's what's up. So yeah, that's what's up. Me too. Like I still have. I don't get rid of my Macs, man. I keep them. I keep those handy. This is probably my third MacBook Pro. Yeah, this is my third one right here. The second one, Full Sail sent me, and that one's out of commission right now because um something something was corrupt on there, and I had to probably just wipe it. I was trying not to do that, but it still turns on like a charm. Like I think once I'm able to reboot that disk, I'll be fine. But you know, I didn't want to format that whole thing but I think I'm gonna have to do it. But other than that, that thing, it boots up into the safe mode with no problem. You say who takes that long to reply? Did you ask me something? Or was that a conversation back and forth between you guys? I just want to make sure that I'm getting to everybody. But I have a long list of stuff. I'm sifting through it, making sure I don't miss nothing. Multitasking, okay. I love that feature. Jacking in. Yeah, I'm waiting on. Yeah, it look like a conversation you guys going back and forth between each other. That's what's up, though. Yeah, absolutely. Talking about the M1 chip. Yeah, so Apple has got that stuff into the point where they're doing their own stuff now. Yeah. Will Intel have to move to yeah, so I'm obviously still on Intel. So the M1, yeah, so I don't have the M1. Man, you know, the M1 was I think the M1 is definitely a game changer. Real talk. Do you tend to use a lot of built-in plugins in Studio One? Yes, yes and no. Um, I use quite a bit of stock plugs in Studio One. I use red light distortion a lot. I use the EQ, the parametric EQ a lot. I use a compressor quite a bit. I just recently started getting back into the multiband. Um, I use the chorus now. I didn't before. The chorus sucked it to me, but because of the redesign and how amazing that thing sounds, I use the chorus in there, and I also use the delay. The delay is something I've started using because the delay was cool, but it was just so wonky of like what it was before. But now the new delay is definitely dope. I use the reverb sometimes depending on what I'm doing. If I just want a reverb, I'm okay. But I think the newer reverbs or the other reverbs, no, I shouldn't say newer, but third party reverbs give me more customization. Like I like using I need to find it. I can't remember the name, but there's a couple of reverbs that I use that has an EQ built into it, and I think a compressor built into it as well. But there's an EQ in there where I can tame how much of the highs and the lows that's being um like in my feedback or the actual reverb. And that stuff come built in because what I had to do before was put a EQ, another plug-in, EQ or compressor on that channel, the effect channel or whatever. Because I will bust out my reverb, or bust stuff to the reverb effect channel. Um, but Studio One is just basic reverb. But if I do that, I have to use the EQ to tame because sometimes you don't want the high end being, um, part of that reverb sound. So you have to put an EQ to follow that. So let's see, what else do I use? I use my tie from time to time, but only when using or going after the new stuff. I use presence again, going after the new stuff that comes inside of Sphere, or if I'm doing something very very minimalistic, stacking on something to thicken it, then yeah, I definitely use presence for that reason. I use impact. I use impact. Impact and sample one is probably the ones I use in terms of like instruments a lot more than all of the Mai Tai and presence. So I use those. Sample one is great because I can throw in a 808 kick or whatever in there and like open up the range and just play it like it's a uh an instrument. So I use that quite a bit, and then everything else I do elsewhere. Let me see. Is there something I'm missing? Um, I don't think there's anything else I really use in terms of, and that's probably most of them, at least. The Tricomp has a new design. Um, I haven't found the lane for that yet. I think it's cool. I used it a couple times, but I have to test it again to see what it sounds good on. Like how would I go about that? Um, is there another one? Oh, the CTC one. Oh, I use that one a lot. The CTC one on my master. Yeah, I use that quite often. The limiter I use again, for like simple stuff, if I don't want to put ozone on it, I'll use the limiter right quick to get a nice level. Um, Especially when I'm sending out. No, I ain't gonna say that. 'Cause when I send out beats, I still use ozone because I kind of want it to sound pretty. Yeah, but if it's just like a draft or something like that, I'll pull out the limiter. But yeah, I mean, I probably use you know, all of their stuff. What I wish they had was a filter plug. Like we have the EQ, but can you give us something that's got basic minimalistic functions? I use the mix tool as well. I use that a lot for um like yeah, I use that a lot to help levelize things, if that makes sense. I'll pull it up the mix game. I mean the mix tool to automate that. That's the only reason why I use that because I don't like automating the volume levels. So I'll definitely do it like that. Um yeah, that's me. Well, what's going on, God's poetry? What's up? Fans of the culture, what's up? What's up? You did the music we spoke about. Uh no. I have not had a chance to get to that stuff because I had to get to some deadlines. Um yeah, yeah. I got a lot of things on my plate. Um I'm behind in some projects, so which is the reason why I had to take the last couple of days off. I try to stream live every day for you guys, but I had to take those days off because even today, like earlier, I had to knock out a deadline, make sure some stuff get in because um yeah, and this project that I just showed y'all right now is a part of another project that I have to get done or whatever. But I just wanted to take a moment. My deadline on this is a little bit more flexible. I mean, it's soon, but it's like you know, gotta knock out those deadlines. And then when people send back revisions, like wanting changes to certain things, I got to get that stuff like turnaround times, stuff like that. I had to get to it. Yeah, it's a hustle over here. I feel you about the sampling. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Man, are any guys are you in placement TV ads? Um, Now for me, as far as like placements and stuff like that, I have several things placed on TV already. Um, which is a part of the deadlines I've been experiencing. Getting stuff in, you know, um, yeah, had to get certain things in because there's writers that's going to be yeah. I can't go fully in details, but yeah, that's a part of that new opportunities and linking with more people and yeah, I think the work is picking up even more. If I must say, um, and for that reason specifically, I would say Studio One has been a great piece of software to have because, real quick, I'll show you this. Like in TV placements, I like in these different sections, right? Just to show you guys real quick. So, so, like the arranger, right? Really cool. I love this feature. But the markers having the ability to like have these markers. Like I can set up, say for instance, um, if I'm right here, I could say, hey, add a marker there, and then right here, say I want a marker right there, and then right here I want a marker right there. So when you're doing TV placements, you guys do know that you have to have several instances or several versions of something to give the the TV, the producers there, options to use different things for different scenarios. So you pretty much just give your music more opportunities than the final deal, right? You have to create variations of the same thing. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just open the lane up for you, and that also cuts down the communication between you and the producers or whatnot, music supervisors or whoever, right? Um, that cuts down the communication a little bit because you already gave them what, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. So like if I was to bounce this down, like this screen right here is what allows me to say bounce each marker or bounce between a certain marker or bounce between selected markers. See these different scenarios for myself. And this is so much faster to do it like that, in terms of like bouncing down each section. You know what I'm saying? And so now I can have these, like I could set this joint up to just like pretty much like um do something that would took me longer in just one button or just one window. So I can have these different sections, and then like my song will obviously, like I had this thing set up differently or whatever. I'll push stuff out, or even like a couple of songs that I want to like mesh up together or whatever. Like I can use this session right here like it's a master file, and I'll have different type of songs in here, and I'll just set up the markers and then go ahead and do what I just showed you guys a few seconds ago. Just have this thing to bounce down in place. Um, you know what I'm saying? Bounce down these different areas. You know what I mean? Like that's right there, to me. That's game changer right there when it comes to that. That's the reason. That is one of the reasons why I still use Studio One. I don't think I haven't seen that in Logic. I definitely haven't seen that in Pro Tools, but I wouldn't know because I don't work in Pro Tools. But I know at that time that was not like that. Um, I don't see that. That's you can't do that in Ableton Live. You can't do that. You can't do that anywhere. I don't remember seeing this feature being done anywhere else, but like for that specific reason. And also, if you're doing sound design, I find a benefit of doing it like that too. Like having stuff set up like that, bounce them all down in one button is just boom, 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 and it's putting it all. Or you can go the other route, with exporting stems. You know what I mean? Every dog can do that, but um, I don't know. I like that part right there. I think that's dope. That's a dope feature. So yeah, absolutely. You could definitely chop up samples in Studio One. This is what I do. Um, I'm gonna get Serato one day, but I just haven't felt a need to do so at the moment. One thing I like about Apple computers is that I can at least get someone to help figure the problem from Apple support. Everyone, please back up your computers. I will. It will be a lifesaver. That's a gem. Appreciate you saying that. Running Studio One on my M1 MacBook. Nice, nice. It's mainly issues with third-party developers. Yeah. So there's another person, Movie Kid. Appreciate you joining. That's running Studio One with no problem. So I say for Studio One users, For Studio One specifically, I'm confirming that Studio One works fine. But like you said, you like just want to make sure that the other things that you're using on your computer is compatible. Everything that I'm using, I've mentioned it in the top of the video. Everything seems to be compatible. I have no issues. So I update it. I update it. No problem. Just keep at it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I have a few tracks in some movies, but I would love to get more stuff placed on televisions, ads, or some or television shows. I love the markers in Cubase. The Ranger track is awesome. I was going to mention Cubase, but I don't use Cubase, but it's on my system. It's crazy. I pulled that thing up like 3 or 4 times, and I I seen videos. I'm like some of you guys. I seen videos, and I download that thing. Like, man, this thing is sick. I love it. I like the whole aspect, like who it aims, who it's aimed towards. That's how I got in the ecosystem. And why I wanted to have that on my system. So when I got that thing finally, I'm like, I think I just waste my money because I just felt like the thing was so bloated, and it was like menus upon menus. Like you got menus, and you had to go into another menu to get that to that menu, and it was like it, you know, it was. It's like, wow, how could I even begin? The one thing I thought was really cool about Cubase is the how it set up to collaborate with other people from wherever. That was what I really wanted to get into, but I haven't tested it yet. Um, but I thought that was cool. The markers in Ableton. I wonder, what's up, boy? Wonder, by the way. I wonder, can that be done? Also, looks easier in Studio One though. Yeah. I'm sure there's ways to do stuff in other DAWs, but to like you say, like to me, being able to like bounce down different variations of something, especially when you're doing TV placements, because that's what's calls for. That's the type of stuff that we do. Studio One got that on lock for me, and I love it. I love that feature. Like, man, because before I had to like bounce down the master. That's one bounce. When that's done, come back, mute the bass, bounce that down. Come back, mute the drums, or let the piano and drums play. Solo that or whatever, and mute everything else. That's another bounce. So like that was what I had to do. But in Studio One, all I had to do is just mute. I can go to the section, each section, right? And if I don't want bass on this part, I can mute that, or I can I can duplicate the entire song to another area in Studio One and just mute the bass on that second round. So that can be my take without no bass, or this take with just drums and bass. Like I can duplicate that and just mute the region. You know what I mean? Don't mute the channel, but I'll mute the region. And when those bounce out, that's just one bounce. Boom, 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 all in one click. And I'm ready to upload that joint somewhere. and then and then the other part about that is metadata is very important when you're doing stuff like that. And so when you have like metadata doing that, that's like super key for me. I know like um pull up this preface, like having the metadata into my MP3. um Bro, look, that's just All that's in Studio One, yo. It's like Studio One is already optimized for this stuff. Like if you're doing TV placements, like this is the place you need to have. Because if you're in Logic, because I like for me when I was in Logic, I had to have a separate program. Like once I bounce down MP3 or whatever, I had to pull it up in, I forget what program, because that program is no longer compatible. But I had to go to a third party program to insert this stuff in there. The title of the track, the artist, the album, songwriter, genre, and then have the image, the artwork in there in that file and re-export that. Guys, this is all in Studio One. And then the same thing for project. If it was like sending this to a master page, then you have like a project area right here, and then you can set up all of your songs where it reads the metadata information. Like that right there for me, it was like I was like, bro, that is I'm buying it. That was when 3.0 was out. When 3.0 hit, that's when I got more involved in Studio One. I was like, bro, this is it. I knew about it when we was in 2.0, to be able to do that. And that's what struck my interest, you know. So in Studio One, you can do all of that in one bounce. You don't have to do anything else. This is some of the reasons why I like Studio One for that reason. When you're talking about speedy workflow, to be able to do that type of stuff is dope. Now that's not take. I mean, if you like working and able to, I mean, I'm not downplaying nobody. I'm just telling you guys what works for me and why I did what I did. Like why, yeah, like stuff like that. I I was like, bet, take my money. You know what I'm saying? They said you could do something like that in Cubase. I keep all of my sounds and samples, production, external 2 terabyte SanDisk hard drive. I also will back the external drive up to a second external. I back up like crazy. That's what's up. I used to do that too. Um, I need to go back to that. The only reason why I say I used to do that was because the hard drives that I had lined up to do that, I had to end up using it as the hard drive for projects. I have not replaced those yet. So that's a great tool. I think that's a dope concept. That's a good one because like if you lose something on one area, you have a backup. You know what I mean? So that's, you know, yeah, because it doesn't feel good when you lose things, guys. Because files corrupts all the time, and having a backup is definitely um that's just one of those things that you gotta have set up. So yeah, that's good knowledge. I appreciate you sharing that. Um, say I would love Cubase 11. I probably would. So I think I have Cubase 10. Yeah. I mean I've been looking at some stuff. I follow Cubase, their YouTube channel. I follow those guys. Um I like some stuff that they're doing. I like some stuff. I like how Cubase is set up for film and the stuff that I do now. I like how it's set up, but I just I don't know. I to me it just seems like they're they're on their way to making the necessary changes to make it cool to work in. I don't know. It just feels like it's just a lot going on, which is not a bad thing. I think that's great, especially for like pro users, like how I am in Studio One. Um, Studio One is very simple to the point which is the reason why I venture out every once in a while. Like sometimes Studio One is too simple, where I feel like, okay, I'm gonna go to Ableton Live and get something different. You know what I mean? Because it's made differently. There's devices on there. I like how the devices are. I wish Studio One would catch on that. Because definitely in Cubase 11, yeah, I already know. I remember some stuff now. So in Cubase, I can they have the devices type thing set up when you dealing with samples, yo. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. So when you edit in samples or your audio, excuse me, there's like this area on the bottom, like um, real time audio um dynamics. Excuse me, like real time. Yeah, I'm like, bro, that's kind of killer. I like that. You know what I mean? In Studio One, this things are still set up. You know, even Logic Pro grabs that concept though, because when you work from an instrument, like if you, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Logic Pro, but like in Logic Pro, when you grab their instruments, you have like basic controls of like the strings. There's like little knobs at the bottom, like at the bottom of the screen. Like you can just like change the controls real quick. It's not the full on, but you can click on something and get the full, the actual plug-in window. But like compressor, it's like quick things you could do right there at the bottom. Like those are devices. And like I always loved that when they did that. I was like, this is crazy. Now Cubase caught on. I'm just waiting on personas to catch on. Like, bruh, like we need that type of stuff. We need like that right there. That would be crazy. That would be crazy because that enhances the workflow to have like controls at the bottom. Quick things you could do when you dealing with a sample or MIDI stuff like that. Like now, I think Studio One has macros on lock. They definitely got that on lock. But I mean, I would love to see like little controls of like just. But then again, when you think about it, Studio One doesn't have. Well, I ain't gonna say that. They don't have a lot of plugs. Um, but I mean, they can do it for the effects though. They could definitely do it for the effects. Where there's a just like how Melodyne is integrated like that at the bottom, like it's just there. You know what I mean? Like you don't need a plug-in. Like I feel like if they do that to like some of the plugins, like the EQ or the compressor, like just quick little things, or like even the current EQ, having the option to switch it to like a filter, where it's like one knob or two knobs, and have like a sweep that goes, between all of the frequency, have something to sweep, and then have maybe a couple of knobs to like trim off the low end and the high end, you know what I mean? And then have something where you can just sweep back. And that would be dope, bro. I need to submit that idea to him. Like, look, here's my concept. I think it will be amazing if we was able to, man, got to get personas on. They need to hear this. I'm on fire right now. Do you have a video on how to format music, mix and track out for TV sync and ad placements? I'm in Ableton user, but I would definitely watch it. Um, I probably need to do another one. I think the one I have that I did that in that was a while ago. I don't have any videos set up like that per se. I'm always talking about stuff or doing stuff in terms of like TV style music, but in terms of like the technical side, like exporting things, maybe I could do that. Maybe I can set things up where I show you guys exactly how I do that. But I have a couple of videos, as a matter of fact, on something like that. Um, I'm trying to think. I went live one time. I do have commercials, commercial, um, like TV commercial style. Like I do videos on that stuff, but um, but yeah, yeah. I think I would do that one day. I'll definitely touch on that. I still might use something like Tag Editor to add my image and other metadata instrument information for my MP3 files. Yeah, I mean you have to if you're dealing with anything beyond Studio One, because like I say, Studio One offers that. It cost me a grip for the 2 terabyte SanDisk. I'm sure it did. I used to go between my PC and MacBook, so it's easy just to keep it all of my music on one drive. I mean, yeah, I, regardless of what platform you're using, I think that you should be using a external drive, like period. So that's what's up. That's definitely what's up. That would actually be like a good. That's a good workflow if you're working from different platforms like that. That would be like your version of Airdrop. You know what I'm saying? Everything is all on one drive. You got your PC stuff you worked on using the PC and the stuff you got from working on the Mac. It's all on this one hard drive, and you can go to any computer and pull that stuff up. You know what I mean? Um, yeah. Instead of it being, yeah, yeah. I mean, however you get your work in, man, that's cool. Yeah, yeah, definitely works. Do what works for you. That's definitely key. At the end of the day, you go back and forth between Logic Pro and Cubase. I have templates set up in both. That's what's up. Um, yeah. So, it is tough getting linked with music supervisors for placements. Um, yeah. Um, it is. It is. It definitely is. Um, this is what I do know, and I tell you guys this all the time. Um, you could do the research and find people, but I feel like this. You want to work to get yourself to a point where you are marketable. Like the and what I mean by that is you gotta have the work like public published, should I say. Um, you gotta make sure that you are already signed to a pro company like ASCAP or BMI, stuff like that. You gotta have things in place with when it comes to that. Um, having your having your music already ready for like TV placement, like you just gotta just I guess I could like touch on that stuff a little more. Um, but I mean I have over time, but like one of the things that I do is I post my stuff frequently on Instagram and Twitter, you know. So like when you do stuff like that, you kind of open yourself up to more opportunities. That's just one way of doing it. Um, um, there's a couple of other things. But there's definitely websites that you can go to. I can't think of them. I don't remember those websites. I Once I remember those websites, I'll shout them out. but my situation was a little unique. Um, and you know, it's good that we're talking about this because I have more content that I think I will start creating around this subject because I've gotten myself into different things that I really can't speak on yet. So once I get everything, all the logistics on that, then I'll come out and I'll start talking about some things. But I'm just kind of testing out some stuff for myself first to see if it works, and then if it works, then I can just, you know what I'm saying, I can share that. But I do know, I know. Oh, I just thought of one website that it's possible. I think it's called Music Bed. I gotta look it up. Music sync, music bed, something like that. Music. You know what? That's probably not even it. Music bed. Is it music bed? Music bed. If it is, they changed their website. Need help finding the right songs. I don't even wait. I don't know. I don't know. I have to do a little bit more. I have to crack this a little more. Subscription. I don't know. I think this. I want to say that this is the site. This is one of the sites that you could do placements with. Yeah, I think that's it. They updated their site since the last time I've been here, but yeah, I think this is it though. But yeah, places like that or like um I'm thinking of another one. Uh, Epidemic Sound, I think. Epidemic Sound. Those are just like libraries that you can like submit to. I think it's Epidemic Sound. Um, uh, Audio Jungle is another one. Audio Jungle that come. Yeah, I think it's Audio Jungle, Audio Jungle sounds right. I think that's it. There was another one, Punk something, Audio Punk, Music Punk. I can't think. But something like that, something to that extent. Some of them have like these like submission openings, like they only open from this time slot, and then they have a waiting period. They put you on a waiting list, and then when it opens up, they're active. So it was like a similar to like a fishing season. Like they have, you know, you go and you catch like a million of them, and then you know you get to work, and then when it's time again, you go and you let it all. You know what I'm saying? You know that's Jingle Punks. I think that's it. Jingle Punks. Jingle Punks. Do they even still exist, yo? Jingle Punks. Cause I know that they had a specific like criteria with them. It was yeah, Jingle Punk's still there, and they changed their site too. Submit your music. Want to join the jam? Paste links to your music here. Well, there you have it. I think they had a specific sound, and something else you guys want to do. Like when you submit your music to these different places, you definitely want to like study who they are, what music that they accept, because you don't want to submit hip hop to a library that only deals with pop music. You know, so you want to make sure that you do your research on what they do. I had made that mistake one time. I sent like a pop record a uh to a one of those places, but they were only doing rock music. And I made myself look like a fool because, you know, but see, the thing was, what I found out, I think the whole reason why I submitted my music there was because I heard that they were taking pop music. Like, I was just thinking I could submit anything, right? But they had certain seasons, or they'll tell you what they're looking for. So doing research on what they're looking for at that moment, that's also another thing. Um, I do think that some places do not make it clear to what they're looking for, but it's like sometimes you're blindfolded. But yeah, it's a lot of places you could submit to. Um, so but what I learned was, like, you made the comment not too long ago. It's like it's hard to find music supervisors. Uh, I think what you got to do is make sure that you got that metadata in there, bro. Like, if you got that metadata in there, that I found, I came onto some knowledge. Like, music supervisors are the people to go after, but I don't think music supervisors are really what we think they are. Music supervisors, some music supervisors will listen to your music, but there are some of them that won't. They can just go off of metadata. Like, that's like the nerdy thing that they into. They'll pull your music based on metadata, right? Um, one I've let me see if I can still find it. Um, this one, no. Why did I put that in there? Uh, yeah, disco. Okay, so uh, if you guys, let me see. I'm giving y'all all the jewels. If you can log, if okay, this website is called disco.ac. It's a monthly subscription, and when you upload your music there, it deals with metadata like out like no other. Like, it's crazy. The metadata there is like bananas. It's bananas. Um, when you submit your music on there, and this is disco. Disco is like, it would be like the alternative to like a Dropbox or P Cloud or WeTransfer or any places like that, right? Disco Disco disco.ac is the place where it provides you the option to add a bunch of metadata information within your music, and when you send that to music placement, they'll pull that down, and it's got everything that they need as far as the metadata, because that's something we got to do as music producers submitting for these things. We got to add metadata in there, so you got to say if your song is like sad or happy or high energy, um it's a love song for a love scene, or whatever case may be. You got to be the one who actually add that information in there, and it makes it easy for them. See, this is what happens when they go and you submit it to them. When they need to find music to fit that scene, they're just typing. They're typing stuff in their database to find what works for that scene, and you could be the next thing that pops up, and so that's a that's a nugget for y'all. Um, yeah, it's something I'm getting more involved into myself. But like I told you, as I learn things, I try to share different things. But yeah, that's one of those things. Um, it's like a caviar. It's like a It's like a upper hand. It's like a step above everybody else that's doing the similar things. That right there, I've recently found that more and more people are using that for that reason alone. So that's something, yeah, that's definitely important. So if those of you that are watching this, I appreciate the thumbs up, and obviously subscribe to the channel. Um, I like to consider myself as someone who likes to help the community. Like I, I could do beats all day, as you guys already know that. But every once in a while, I think it's a good it's a good thing to just kind of like give y'all some things, and I learn as well. You know what I mean? Like it's you know it's mutual here. Like I teach you guys things, you guys teach me stuff. So, do you have any contact recommendation from third party developers? I have the complete 13 collector's edition. It depends on what you're doing. I like the the Spitfire collections. Those are very expensive, but those also sounds pretty amazing, especially for doing like orchestral type stuff. But yeah, it just depends. I like UJam stuff. UJams are those plugs are excellent because they have guitars, they have drums. I think I have a link in the description for that. Yeah, you guys feel free to dabble. Like I have links, affiliate links in this description of this video on just stuff like that, like plugins and things like that. But UJam is one of those places that has some really cool stuff. Their stuff is already like processed, sound great, good sounding guitars, bass sounds. Like if you're looking for that acoustic bass or like a upright bass. Recently they just came out with strings. I'm going to be doing a review on that. I just got that. I haven't downloaded it yet, but I think strings is sponsored by Spitfire, if I'm not mistaken. So Spitfire is a part of the UJam thing, and I can't wait to try it out. Um, any others like I use Contact a lot. The native instruments stuff that's native to native instruments. Stuff is amazing to me. Any other like it just depends on what I'm using. Like I use Serum sometimes. I use Spectrasonic stuff like Omnisphere and Trillion. Um, you know what? I think yeah, Spectrasonics. If you dive into that, I mean it's pretty expensive there too. It's probably not as expensive as Native Instruments, um, but you is getting the bang for your buck with the bang for your buck when you go with Native Instruments. So you get a lot of stuff like it's a slew of stuff. You get pianos, you get basses, acoustic acoustic guitars. You get um um synth sounds. You get drums. You get like epic drum like cinematic stuff in there. Plugins that's good for sound design. I mean, like with complete, you get the complete. You is definitely what the name is. You get a complete library of everything. That's which is the reason why I still use their stuff like heavy like that. But um, if you get Omnisphere and Trillion and stuff like that, then you have that's a nice collection right there as well, like by itself. Stuff like that. I have the same DAWs, both Windows computer and a Mac, Cubase, and Reason. All the songs and sounds will be great extended drive. Yeah. So I have Reason as well. I like Reason because I don't work in Reason. I used to. No. Yeah. I like the sounds in Reason. So I get to use Reason rank as 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 a, like, if you like the Reason sound, like if you work from Reason and you moved over, and you can still take advantage of the Reason stuff. You know what I'm saying? Reason instruments inside of the Studio One or inside of any DAW that you're using now. It's like you still get to benefit. You still get Reason. You know what I mean? I think that's dope. Like that right there is what put Reason on another planet. When they did that, I was like, what? I can use Reason anywhere, like Machine. Machine, you can use Machine in whatever DAW. Like Machine has their own software, of course, but you can use it as a plug-in. Like that's genius. So Reason jumped on that bandwagon, and we using Reason as a plugin. You don't need Rewire. You use it as a plug, which is, to me, is better. I like it that way anyway. You can also use the effects. Like it's not only instrument, but it's you use the effects. Like that's bananas. I mainly use MacBook. Use it for my music production. Cue sheets. Absolutely. 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 That's gems right there. Educate yourself about cue sheets. Whenever I post a new someone on YouTube and Instagram, I register the song in ASCAP account. That's what's up. That's what's up. Is the update working with native instruments? Absolutely. Absolutely. Everything is working perfectly with native instruments. That is not listed on a site. Like they haven't like said anything about like the contact or um the controllers. Like I have Machine MK3 and I have the complete controller, the Mark II version, and I use all the contact stuff like in this beat. It definitely works. Like I guess I can play. So that's the strings that's coming from contact. Yeah, no problems here. That pizzicato sound is coming from that same instrument that's doing the um what they call it, the bend ups. I just bounced it in place. But yeah, contact is safe. Native Instruments is good. No worries there. Yeah, when you finally connect with the music supervisor, you definitely want to create a relationship with them. Absolutely, no doubt. How do you add metadata if you not using Studio One? So there's third party, like that site I just showed. Like you can download a third party program. I can't remember the program I used because when I was in Logic, I had to use that program. I forgot what it was, but um, if you go to Disco, DISCO, disco.ac, that is a place where you could upload your music as an MP3. Um, I'll upload your music there, and it allows you to add the metadata in there. So it's a monthly subscription, and that will be the upper hand, because when you link with a music supervisor or whoever, you can give them the link to that your music from there. That's the caveat, right? You can just hand them that link, and it already has the metadata in there. So you could probably X out programs. Um, Studio One has it. Like I can, and then I spend the time doing that there, and then once you upload it somewhere, I think it pulls the information from the MP3, and then I think Disco offers you more lanes, because then you can go in and say what the mood of the song is and things like that. So I'm gonna get more involved, and I'll probably talk about it even further, like as I learn more and more about it. But this is like new information or whatever. So I'm gonna be using it because it just makes things better, and I find that a lot of people are using it, especially as far as like music placement companies. So yeah, I just probably would um I would go that route. I mean, if you can, if you have the budget, but if you serious, I guess you know that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, but there is a little cost. I think it's like $10 a month or something like that. I don't remember. Oh yeah, I failed to mention this one. Yeah, Apple iTunes, which is no longer called iTunes. Well, it's kind of it's called music, but I get what you're saying. It's it's been iTunes for so long, but I think it's called music now, or no, Apple Music was the service. But yeah, like on my computer, I couldn't even type iTunes. Like there's nothing for iTunes anymore. It's just music. But yeah, but I get it though. If you go to music, I guess it depends on what version you're on. If you're on Mavericks, uh, like Kay mentioned, if you're still on Maverick, it's probably still called iTunes or Apple Music. I don't know, but um, on that platform, you can definitely add metadata in there as well. That's another. That's probably a free method. That's a yeah. Um, if you're not on a Mac, I don't know, but I do know that you can put iTunes on a PC. I've seen that before. Like people have libraries, but they just don't have a Mac. So you can download iTunes to a PC. I think that's still an option. It might, again, it might be called music, but y- um, because um, music or Apple Music is one of the places you will upload your music to. Like if you was to release something, definitely. So, you know, that's a great way to see how your stuff will pop up when it's available for streaming and things like that. So, I yeah, but you could definitely do it like that as well. Um, but like Kay said, there's definitely other avenues. There's other places you can. Um, it's coming back to me. I think the program that I had was called Max. I think it was called Max. Um, I'm just See if I can do a quick search on that. It was something that um um something I was using when I was in college. It was called Max. I don't even remember where I would find that. It's on my old computer, I know. I have to, yeah, but that was like a free download. Yeah, yeah. And it was real cool. There was another one though. I was using two. I was using two of them. I think Max was like convert. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff. I try to go. I try to go for what works. But yeah, absolutely appreciate you for hanging out, man. Sample Tank is good too. Yeah, absolutely. Sample Tank is another one. I don't have Sample Tank. I used to have it, but Sample Tank is pretty good. Um, Damage 2 is a beast, says Boy Wonder. I believe you. I seen a couple of videos on that as a matter of fact, and I thought it was pretty nice too. I wish that Native Instruments would, you know, or maybe Native Instruments will pick it up. But right now, I don't see anything on Native Instruments site about that. And I thought that we would get that in complete 13, but nah, we still have the regular, I guess, damage 1. Yes, sir. Reason rack. Yeah, absolutely. Just coming in, NI working fine. Yep. NI is working fine. You are good if you working if you doing like Native Instrument stuff. No issues there. Look guys, I wouldn't even be on here if if I'm not able to use Native Instruments. I I would I don't know what I would do because the majority bulk of my work is using Contact with all of the instruments and stuff like that, using machine and things like that. If I'm not able to do that, I will be like really heartbroken. Like I wouldn't even be in a, a working mindset. My mind would be so broken, yo. Put it out that says you can enter metadata on Windows. That's what's up. You are my new ally because I don't work from Windows. Um, so when you adding metadata on a Windows computer, like how are you doing that? Is it through what do they call it? Um, is it still Windows Media Player? I think that's what it is. And if I remember correctly, I do remember doing that one time. It was years ago though. I know things have definitely changed. I think File Manager on the Windows OS will let you edit metadata. Hmm, that's cool. That's cool. Says correct. All right. So everyone agree. I used to use tool from SoundForge that will let you bulk edit MP3 files. I want to say I remember that. Soundforge. That's definitely that rings a bell in my brain somewhere. I remember hearing that name. Uh, News from In the Eye said that it will not be in the future bundle. It's on sale now, and if you have damaged one, you get 100% off. Oh man, that's whack. But I guess that's okay. They doing something. I just thought it would be included in 13, yo. And so it's just the outright. If you want damage too, you just gotta buy it. I don't know. Maybe it'll become a part of the bundle in when they released 14. Maybe I don't know. Shit, if I can get some placements, then I would get that new 2019. Uh, mm, I think by then you'll probably be wanting to get the 2020 or 2021. Because the see placements, when you going for placements, what you gotta understand is that it's not really what it like. The, yeah, I mean placements pay for people houses. You know what I mean? You can buy cars and stuff like that, but like when you first get involved in placement deals, um, like there's different factors that play. Um, like how many times if the show is popping, how many times your music is played. Um, those type of things, and of course, I've already talked about like if you collaborate with other people, you got to do split sheets, make it. You know what I'm saying? But like placements, you don't see the royalties until like 6 months to a year later. So if you was to get placed on Empire, for instance, you ain't gonna see that until the next quarter, whatever quarter that placements are distributing those. They're not giving you a check. Hey, here's 5 grand. Thanks for your music. We love your music. Now there's instances where like if you're doing stuff for like TV commercial, there may be opportunities like that. In fact, I took on an opportunity like that where I went for something that was $1,500, uh, and I was flat out. You know what I mean? Like there are situations like that, definitely. Um, but like, yeah, it just depends on the situation. Um, yeah, it just depends. Like I can't say that one thing is the same for the next. 'Cause it's just different. What's up, John? What's going on from Sony? Sound editing to made it just in time. Oh yeah, we still here. What did I paint today? I really didn't do much today. Um, that's what I already done. I was just kind of showing people that Studio One works with Big Sur. The money is in advertisement placements. Facts. I would rather have the ad placements. And that's the reason why I say it just depends on the circumstances. Um, Ad placements is almost like TV commercials. I mean, I guess we're in the age where TV commercials is. Hey, I probably need to just change my whole yeah. Need to start saying ad placements because that's universal. When you say TV, I feel like TV is become outdated. Like there's I don't there is no more TV is the terminology, right? I just think is just it's just yeah, that's not a thing anymore. You remember how television came, like how they were designed? They came already designed to receive TV programming. They would, you know, like the other day, bro. Like it was tripped out, right? Because I was looking for a monitor, and still to this day, they have a section where you can buy a actual TV monitor because it has different imports on there, the different ports for, you know, or you can buy a regular computer monitor. And the prices are different between those both. Um, so I think the TV monitor was cheaper than the computer monitor. I think that's what it was. So a computer monitor has climbed up the ladder of being something of demand right now because people are watching TV on computers now. There, so when you get a TV, I think a TV will come with VGA ports on there and something else. I think um it was kind of different. It was kind of different. Like on a TV monitor, right? Um, you have HDMI ports on there and VGA or something like that. But then when it comes to a monitor, like a computer monitor, then you have those different other functions like you have VGA on some of them. Some of them still come with VGA. You have HDMI on them, and then you got another port. I remember what it is because this monitor is set up like that. Um, the one behind me is set up like that because it's neither or. It's this one. I can't remember for the life of me what this. And I used to work with these DVI. Yeah, DVI to HDMI is what this monitor behind me is how it's plugged in. Um, so I think with computer monitors come with more ports, and it's probably USB-C 3 nowadays. It's like I haven't been monitor shopping in a while, so I don't remember what's available. But yeah, like as long as you can plug an Apple TV up to a monitor, that's TV now. That's um this right here is TV. This is TV. That's what took over. Ain't nobody watching nothing on big. I mean, I have a big screen uh, right in front of me, but if I could be transparent with you guys, the big screen is great for like if we watching things as a family and stuff like that. But most of the TV watching is done on these little bitty small devices. That big screen is not on all day long. I can promise you that. It's nice, right? It's nice, but most of it is being taken place on this small device, yo. It's crazy. Yeah. Hello. TV and movie money may take minutes to stack up unless you got exactly. That was the point I was making. Yeah, 'cause it's almost like YouTube. You know what I mean? Like if you're on YouTube and you building up your clientele, your subscription, right? It's only to us when you get to a certain point of subscription where you start to make some real, considerable amount of money. Do you know what I mean? Actually, it's the views. It's if you got nice views on your videos. So it's like that. It's like TV placements. You got to have enough stuff to stack up in order to consider it being like something you should quit your job for. But it has to be. This is, and that's why I said it like that too, because like he was like, man, um, that's because you was talking about getting a computer, and I'm gonna get the TV placement and get a computer. That's great, but I'm like, well, it depends. It depends on the goal and how soon, how soon you going for that, and because like you know you gotta factor out the schedules of payment schedules because you talking about going for a 2019 Mac. I think by then you're gonna be getting the one that comes with the M1 chip on it. You know what I mean? Like so. Are you using machine in your production? For this one per se, no. But machine was it plug. I pulled up just to demonstrate that to you guys that machine still works. But machine is not in this one yet. I haven't gotten to that point yet. I just been on here just talking to you guys. Hello, what are you doing? I'm actually 11 years and I want to make a song. Can I make one? Please tell me. Um, you saying you're 11 years old and you want to make a song? Is that the question? That might make sense to me because you posted like it's like you're spamming the comment section. You just copy and pasting. Um, so for the 11-year-old, I would advise that you don't do that because that's considered spamming. Like you can stop copying and pasting because it's not gonna make me get to your question quicker. It's just gonna make me ignore you. Um, with ads placements, you get upfront payment as well royalties if you own the music. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Ad placements. Yeah. 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 So I say go for that. Sure, you can make some music. You just need some way to record your music. Absolutely. That's to the 11-year-old. Yes, DVI to HDMI. TVs has replaced monitors. Exactly. I live in India. I actually can record, but I don't know to make music, bass, etc. iPad. Okay. Um, So, was it Akshera? I appreciate you for stop copying and pasting your message like 50 million times. Um, just ask your question one time and then I'll get to it. Um, yeah, so that's kind of annoying. You copy and pasting like that. That's because depending on how this goes, you know, you can get blocked, and I don't want to block someone that needs real help. But right now, it just look like you spammy. Like like I'm gonna get to your question. uh, I really wish that machine was better integrated with the dolls. Um, if you care to elaborate, um, but I will say this though, like with machine, I guess I'll go further in showing you guys this. So with Big Sur, nothing has changed, but this functionality for me has like for instance, I did this a long time ago. I did a video on it, by the way. So if I'm showing you guys my screen, oh crap, what is that? Low power mode. Oh gosh, let me see if I can close out of that before I lose battery. So let's see. I guess I can. I'm trying to show you an angle where I show you. Uh, I'll just take my phone down. I'll show you real quick. So the okay. So the machine, right? So for right now, um, I was able to. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing in this software right now. Like there's nothing. Um, trying to get this angle. There we go. So so this is not a Big Sur thing. This is something I was able to do. So machine does work, but it's different. Like I can control Studio One and still be in machine plug in. You know what I mean? Like it, but these controls work. So you know, it's depending on depending on the version that you have. Um, I mean, not the version you have, but depending on how your system is set up, is what I really want to say. Depending on how your system is set up, you you know, stuff like that. I appreciate that. I like that I was able to do that. So the first thing you got to do is have machines set up as a Mackie controller, and then I think inside of con I forget. I think it's controller. Yeah, I think it's controller where you have to actually have a Mackie. You have to have the Mackie preset or something like that. Something weird like that. I've done a video on it, guys. So you know you have to look for that. But like I'm okay with that because I can be on here. But as long as it's a plugin, like if it's not, is if machine is not a plugin in that project, then it won't work. But you got to pull it in at least as a plugin, and I can like do stuff like set up my machine, you know, program stuff in and have control of Studio One like that. Now it doesn't control Studio One like the controller, like the complete controller. The complete controller has a little bit more edge because I can see like I can see the could switch my camera again. See on the computer. Oh, let me get rid of this. Okay. So on the computer or on my device, I have control of the mix in Studio One. And I have this play, record, stop, loop, quantize. I can undo from here. I can also mute and solo on the track. You know what I mean? I could select the track or whatever. And this is within Studio One. Like this is taking advantage of controlling Studio One if you're working from this board right here. Now from here, you only have stop and play, and I think that's it. Or you have erase and tap that's doing the rewind and forward, and that's it in terms of controlling Studio One, and everything else dedicated to the machine. But on here, you have like all these other, and then you can switch back and forth between the MIDI. You know what I mean? Like if you got this thing programmed to you know what I mean, set to control a macro or something like that. That's what that's for. So yeah, but I'm okay. You know, when you have both devices like that, like I just, and then of course the Atom SQ is here, so it's like I don't need any other either or, but you know, it's always cool to have that. Um, I am still debating on whether or not I should get contact while it is on sale. Then just upgrade in the summer. Yeah, that you know, yeah, that's yeah. Hopefully you make the best decision. All right, so Akshira, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but you said okay, but please answer my question. Um, you you have to ask what are you trying to do? I'm reading your other messages. I live in India. I actually can record, but I don't know. So you don't know how to make music. Um, do you have a music program? If you have a Mac, is there a free program called GarageBand? So if you have a Mac, yeah, GarageBand, it comes free on every mic. That's what he's saying. Sounds like he needs some inspiration for some demos. Um, so you don't have a Mac. Okay, so you have a PC. You You don't know how you can start. What music programs do you have? That's the question. Okay, when you add machine as a VST to make a bunch of setup changes to machine so that you can control machine from your DAW, it's just a hassle. Actually, you don't. Machine is just because, like I just showed you just a few seconds ago, machine is just you bring machine in just as a plug-in, and you have that control. But you have to make sure you have um you have to set it. You set it up one time. You have to have the Mackie protocol going on. So now, when I bring in machine as a plug, it's automatically controlling Studio One. I don't have to do anything extra. Now, it used to be where I had to like shift what is it? Shift MIDI to to go to MIDI mode. Like I know what you're saying. If that's what you're talking about, I remember those days. But you that those days are long gone. So I can at least play and stop. Now, if you're using programs like Logic, now the this thing is a beast when it comes to like that because you could take advantage of record, I think, and some other stuff that's just automatic in there. Yeah. So you don't know anything about music production. I mean, I don't know anything about music. Okay. So so um you came to the right place. So the first thing you got to do is make sure that you like this video if you haven't, right? And you have to subscribe to this channel. That's the first thing you got to do. That's the first step. Once you do that, you've already begin the journey of becoming a really good producer, a good beat maker, or whatever. Because you want to be subscribed. Because when I go live, because I do music production live all the time, um, or a bunch of my videos, I have a bunch of videos showing you the process of music production. So you definitely want to make sure that you subscribe to the channel. So I think that's definitely valuable. Maybe you could do a demo copy of Reason. Um, yeah. So yeah, demo copy of Reason. Another thing you could do. See, when you get a demo copy, well, that might be a great. I don't know how long that demo lasts. I was gonna say Studio One Prime, but I probably wouldn't go there because if you're trying to do music, I don't think Prime will come with a tons of things that could be helpful for music. So, um, I'm gonna just keep it 100, right? Like, so you can find programs that do things for you for free. Oh, you can definitely get Cakewalk. I think Cakewalk is free. Cakewalk for PCs. Like, cause Cakewalk right now is made by BandLab. I think they're free, and but I don't know how much instruments and things like that they have or whatever. But Cakewalk is a very good one. You probably will get a little bit like Reason. Um, I don't know how much you can do with Reason demo. I'm not familiar with that. You can try that out. You can look at that. So I think what you have to do is just do research. You find out which music program that fits what you trying to do. Um, but I'm telling you now, you might have to go grab mommy and daddy and um um let them know that you're trying to do music and you're gonna need some money to buy these stuff. Cause, in order to I don't want to shoot myself in the foot when I say that either. Cause there are people I know that's dope, that's fire, and making beats, and they don't have the stuff, that costs a lot of money. So I say, yeah, just start off with those. Um, start out with grabbing free stuff, and that might be the best route because when you grab free stuff, it gives you limitation is always great. Like it builds you up, like it makes you better. If you have limited things, then it sparks your creativity more when you have limited stuff. So I remember when I was using Pro Tools, and at that time, I had the LE version, and I only could have, I think it was 16 tracks or 8 tracks or 16, one of those at a time. And but I was doing records that was bigger than that, so I had to be creative. So what we were doing was like, I'll print a 8 vocal on 2 tracks, so left and right. You know what I mean? Print that stuff there, and then I'll have to print down the drums, get the drums recorded in there, and have to print that stuff down to a 2 track or a stereo track. So I mean, limitations are good sometimes because it forces you to think outside the box. Yeah. Studio Prime is obviously free. That I mean that is one of the ones you can grab. But like I said, I don't know how much you could do musically because there's not much like instruments in there that they think there's only like 3 instruments or 4. The reason might be the best route though. Actually, I really hope I could make one song. Just like what uh just like what Kay was saying. Like if you have an iPhone, yeah, if you have an iPhone, um, you could definitely find stuff. You could do stuff for free. Like on an iPhone, you can download Cubase on an iPhone. I'm thinking you could. As a matter of fact, if you have an iPhone, download GarageBand. That I think that summed it up. If you have an iPhone, download GarageBand. I feel like GarageBand trumps everybody when it comes to music creation. Easy, like stuff available to you. So if you have an iPhone, just download GarageBand. I think that's your best bet. If you don't have an iPhone, I don't know what to tell you because there's some stuff on Android, but there's like iPhone is known to have some awesome stuff and when it comes to music production. So that's going to be the first thing. That would be the easiest route because if you could download GarageBand on an iPhone, that will um, that will unlock a lot. Now I think there's a small fee for GarageBand. I don't remember because I don't think it's free. It used to be free. No, it never was. I don't know, but I say GarageBand on the iPhone will probably be like the cheapest you can go to get something that's going to turn out pretty nice. GarageBand already have different loops and different things like that already pre-made in there. So some of that stuff you can just put together and make a song, or you have the option to actually you know make make it custom all the way. My mix engineer, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? Yeah, I don't have the essential gear. Yeah, you don't need the essential gear to do music. Like what you see most YouTubers. Like that's just like stuff that you see in my studio is just stuff that I was able to get over the years. Um, because I do it. Like when you get started with music and you serious about music, eventually, you know what I mean? Like things will pay off. Like, you get your first song done and then your friends are telling you you're pretty good, and then you keep doing more and you have people to sing or rap on your music, and then when you get to a certain point, you rocking in, and you get your stuff submitted to people, and this and that. You start making money off your songs, and then you go and you buy some stuff like this, and now you've built up your studio, your equipment, and now you have better things, better tools to use. Um, and this is kind of one of those things that just kind of happened over time. Um, so to make a song right now, you don't need the stuff you see here, because like I say, all you need is an iPhone and GarageBand, and you good. You you Gucci right there. Those are all the things you need. Um, so hopefully that helps. There are a lot of dolls you can get if you have an iPad and get some cool music apps. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now I'm trying to get caught up. Yep, all those demos won't allow you to save, and they don't have a watermark in there. Yeah, and that was actually a point I was getting to. Like if you download a demo, yeah, it does come with limitations. And I mean, a demo's a demo. You test it out, see if you like it, and if it, I feel like a demo is great for when you download a music software. A demo is great for a person who has the money to buy it, but you're not sure if that's what you want to buy, right? So you download the demo, test it out, and if you decide you like it, then you buy it, because a lot of times demos come with expirations. Like Studio One, for instance, they only come with 30 days. So you have 30 days to make something in Studio One. And after that, you can't use it. Is you expire, you can't do I you just it is what it is, right? So it's only there for to test it out. It's like you going to a department store, you trying on some pants, or you trying on a shirt or whatever. Um, because different manufacturers make sizes different. You know what I mean? You just go in, you see, if you wear a size 10 in shoe, you may have to buy 11 because that manufacturer made and make those shoes small. So you may have, you know what I mean? It's like those type of things. Um, but you're not going to waste no time going and just trying on shoes. You ain't got no money. Most times people go, they buying. They gonna, and if it don't fit you, if it ain't what you was looking for, then you just, you go somewhere else, spend your money somewhere else. So dolls are like that. You know what I mean? You try it out, demo it, see, um, now, if you're trying to be slick, trying to make music off of a demo, I mean I'm not gonna tell you how to grind, how to do your thing, but you run the risk of just invest in yourself. You know what I mean? But I'm talking to an 11-year-old, so I'm not even sure if everything I just said is being received. It- You know, that's a conversation I'm having to somebody much older. But if you get a iPhone, get GarageBand, I think that's the best bet in terms of like quality and all that you can do inside of it. I think that's the best route. He probably not even on no more. 11-year-olds have very short attention span. Trust me, I have a 12-year-old. What kind of headphones do you have on right now? These are called Status Audio. Status Audio something. I forget the model number, but that's also in my description area of this video. It's in the Amazon link, I believe. Like I have an Amazon link with all of this stuff that I like to use. Um, I forget the name, but it's by Status Audio. If you go through that link, and if and it's at affordable price too. That's the thing. Like this thing sounds really good to me, and it's very cheap, which is why I continue rocking it. Yeah, the good folks over there, and the folks over there, Status Audio, hit me up like, "Wow, we like that you still wearing those headphones on your videos." I'm like, "Yeah, I like these things. I appreciate you sending them to me. Yeah, I think these are fire." Because I get a lot of stuff in. Like for instance, I got to do a review on this mic. Um, this company sent me, and yeah, I don't know how I like it. I don't know if I'll return it, or I don't know. I don't know if I'll start using it, but I have to do a review on it. But like products I believe in, I mean, it looks pretty interesting. I have the wireless Go by Rode. Like I have those. Um, they didn't send me those. I actually bought those, so I'll be doing a comparison with those to see how good that works. There are a lot of apps on iPhone, and yeah, for beginners. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's definitely a lot of those. But I vouch for GarageBand though, because I know what it is. But I guess talking to kids is like they can do anything. What's forever demo? I thought Reason was forever as a demo, but you just couldn't save your projects. It might be. It might be. Yeah, it might be, but I just yeah. So I think FL will be a good app. Yeah, he probably logged off by now. That's a good point. FL Studio is a great start for a lot of people his age anyway, or her age. I'm not really sure if that was a Akshera. Akshera. Sound like a girl's name. I don't know. Did he say? Oh, did he give his gender or her gender? It's hard to say. I'm saying he. Like I don't really know. But hey guys, we had 11-year-old came on and he just turned the group upside down. Want to start doing music. Hopefully, I gained a subscription because because you know I could show you a thing or two. Some hardware comes with the doll. Yeah, dude came in here and he left. He's like, "Bruh, I got what I need. Bye." He ain't sitting up here watching me for 5 hours like the rest of y'all. Y'all too old. It's like some of y'all ain't got nothing else to do. Or I might be really interesting. I don't know. But I appreciate it. Whatever your situation is, I appreciate you watching. Get a personas interface, you get the software with it. see, see, Dude, we talking about 11-year-old. Unless they mama or they pops is going to invest in them, but they ain't about to buy no personas, and they don't know nothing about that. We talking about 11-year-old downloading something real quick. It's probably close to free. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they mom and dad is like, you know, is not gonna spend money until they see that you're really, really good. Like you gotta have a record with Jay-Z, yo. Like, oh, I didn't realize that you was that good. Oh, amazing. You know what I mean? I think things are being done differently in India. I'm not really sure. I just think it's set up a little different. I think things are set up a little bit differently. You got stricter people in other areas, and I don't know the situation, and it's probably why he came on in the first place. Like, you know what, I'm gonna make some music, because I want to make money. I want to get up out of here. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. Um, but get out of this dump. Um, but he could be a son of a prince, a son of a king. I don't know. He could. And hey, father, I just subscribed to a new YouTuber, and I think I want to do music. He said get something like a reason, or I don't know, studio reason. That's what I think he said. Studio reason. Reason studio. Something like that. He said garage. He said do music in his garage. That's what I was supposed to do. Do music in my garage and build a band. Take my band to the garage. That's what he said. It's crazy. He said ask Santa Claus. That would be fire. If I could ask Santa Claus something, um, I would probably not be here. I wouldn't even be, like, I would be somewhere totally different. Like I would be on another level doing something. I would definitely be, yeah. I wouldn't, yeah. Yeah, I would be. Yeah, I'll have a different type of situation going on right now. Yeah, but as 11-year-old, that's yeah, yeah. Ask Santa Claus. Just tell him. Let Santa know what you want to do for Christmas. I appreciate that, Dumpstar. Like the setup. Inbox. Oh my God. Mm, 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 mm. Oh my God, man. I I feel sorry for that guy. If I thought I sounded old, bro said the inbox that you taking everybody back. Cause that's what you started out with. Oh man, do they even still make those? I don't think they make inbox no more. If they do, I would be shocked. But yeah, inboxes. I had the inbox. I had the inbox one, and I had the inbox two, and that's the last of inboxes that I had. Then I got a Digirac 02, 002, and then the 003 came out or something like that. I forget. And then I remember the mix console. It was, man. I tried the Pro Tools, like I tried to gear it all out. And I think when we moved to Logic, it was me and my partner. When we started working in Logic, we still had the 002 as our interface, which was kind of dope a little bit, I think. Or was we using that? what we use. I don't remember what we were using. Yeah, man. You started with Magic's Music Maker. Wow, that's something I've never used. I heard about it, but I don't have interest in that. Like I just that wasn't something I was into. Somebody asked me about it. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if that's. I don't know. I'm not gonna knock it, you know, but I just never used it. I think it's pretty good though, from what I saw. Say you use Magic Music Maker. So what do you use now? Forgive me if I don't remember if you guys said that before in my streams. I don't remember nothing nobody say. There's so many people who comment like, bro, you should know, man. I done told you this. You should know I'm working at Ableton or Studio. I done said that like 5 times already. How come you don't remember that? Um, yeah. Hey, we just on here talking. So far, what we was able to gather is that Big Sur is is a fantastic thing that Apple pushed out as a OS, and because this channel is set up to share a bunch of Studio One tutorials or whatnot, working in that platform live, also using machine and things like that. All of those things works. So if I was to continue doing lives, whatever, you won't hear any complaints where at. Well, I obviously will be taking note of the performance of Studio One, obviously, but um, I wouldn't, I I wouldn't not go. You know what I mean? Like if something broke on my system, I would be like super upset, and I probably would have made that the title of the video. Like, look, please do not update because Studio One is broken. I can't work in Studio One because Big Sur broke it. That would probably be the title of the video, but that's not the title of the video. I'm letting y'all know that Studio One is good. Am I going live on Christmas? It depends. If Christmas is on a weekday, I, I probably would. I'm just crazy like that, right? Like I probably would. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It depends. It depends on when that time comes. It depends. I'm not gonna say yes and then don't do it. Um, so at the moment, like I'm just thinking, like, Christmas is usually the day where you spend just like Thanksgiving, right? You spend that time with family and things like that. But like I already told y'all my family as well. I can't neglect y'all. I can't put y'all on the back burner like that. So you know, I gotta show up for you guys, you know, because I also realize that everybody's situation ain't the same. You know what I mean? Everybody ain't on the same thing. You need some inspiration even on Christmas, right? Like some people are doing beats on Christmas. People's situations is different. But due to due to the COVID, you know, this would have been the day where I will go and be somewhere else with family, like over parents' house, whatever, like that, something like that, or I'll probably still be asleep. I don't know. I don't know what the case may be, but due to COVID, there's not a lot of moving around. People like the shutdown thing is happening all over again. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I can't really call it right now. um being far away from family because you know it's just different right now. I don't know. I can't really gauge that one at the moment. But if I can, I will. Love the conversation about the music placements. Yeah, man. So we're gonna dive a little deeper in that like later as I learn other things because that's something I want to touch on. Um, so I am currently signed right now to a to an agency. I can't speak on who they are due to contractual agreement. I cannot mention who I am signed to. So that's the reason why I try to go out my way and look at other things to help. You know, I have to go in here and look up stuff because I haven't had that opportunity to do that as I got put on a little early on. Like I did my first placement with ESPN when I was in Full Sail. So I did two for ESPN, and then I just discovered that that's something I want to do. I want to keep doing it. So I started like posting my beats, you know, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and then I got approached. So my situation is a little unique from other people. Like I did try to like places I did try to upload my music was Jingle Punks, like I mentioned. It's another one. It was something that was like prevalent on SoundCloud. It's another one that was kind of hot. Um, but um, those and it was probably like a couple of more, and I just wasn't really successful in those mediums. And then I get approached by an agency that has the clout with major networks. So I took that deal. I'm like, you know what? Here's somebody who went after me. They like my sound. They hear me. They already know what they're dealing with. So it made things easier on my end. So I just started doing that. So you know what I mean. I just but over time, I still look for more opportunities to expand and do more with other people, things like that. So I just recently started doing that, reaching out to so I'm kind of like it's almost like okay, when you sign to something, it's like you set. So you work that same way all the time. You do things that way. And then when you finally, you know, pull the cover off and you start to realize that the world is bigger and you start to see things, you learn things and stuff like that. So I think that's kind of what I'm going through. I'm starting to see more and realize that okay, I think I need to um, do this, do that. So you know, I'm kind of hitting up something differently, and I'll be able to provide you guys with more stuff as I learn these new endeavors and things like that. Working with more and more people, so I get to come back home and share that, and help make the community a better place, build the community. That's what it's all about here. So that's why you guys should be subscribed or continue your subscription. I would love to get a track used in a Apple commercial. Hey man, that's what's up. You know what I would do? I would take an Apple commercial, mute the music, replace it with your music, and post it. That's what I would do. That would be a way of forcing the narrative, so to speak. Like, check this out, and play with it. You know what I mean? See if people can recognize that, you know, you did it versus it. You know what I'm saying? See if people can gauge what's really going on. If people can't tell the difference and they thought it was the original music to the ad, then wow, then that's amazing. You know what I mean? But if somebody look at it and can differentiate, bro, you did that, or you know what I mean. But I do think it's a great thing to do that, like, because that's a way I think that you can add that to your portfolio or your reel. You know what I mean? Like, you can add that to you because, like, you kind of, there you go. Like, you kind of getting putting yourself in that space. It's almost like it's almost like speaking what it is. It's like a universal language to the universe. You saying to the universe, "Hey, I want my music on this commercial." So you replace the original music with your music, and it's like you put it out there, and then post it or submit it to Apple. Like, look, I can do this too. I don't know. I don't know how exactly that. I never approached Apple, but you know, I think it wouldn't hurt to try. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's very true. But I would not give up hope. Yet you almost need someone. Um, you know, so what he's saying is you always need someone or some company pushing your music to different placements opportunity. Then that way you can just work on being creative. In a perfect world, it would be like that, but it's not. So we are the ones, like we are the promoters, the marketers. We are our managers. I mean, those different titles still exist, but until you get to that point, you are everything right now. You the one doing the ads. You know, you the one uploading music. So you the administrative staff. You doing everything right now until you get an opportunity that will break for you. But until then, you got to do everything. So that's why they say, I don't know if you heard that before, but it's like 90% music business and 10% music. It's so very true. So, that's just what it is right now. Um, it's a small percentage of being creative. The bulk of the work is doing basically what you see me do. Like, I go live all the time. Like, it takes a lot of energy and time and into what I do in order to make these lives go and social media, those type of things happen. You know, I am in a creative space, but a lot of times I'm thinking like, I'm thinking otherwise. It's you know, deciding on what time to go live and posting this and that and word things a different way and hashtagging, just like all these other things that some people pay people to do. I'm doing all of that myself. That take away from my fingers doing like this. Me recording or whatever. I gotta come up with all these things. You know what I mean? That's just what it is right now. The hustle is crazy right now, but you know, but it's good though because it puts you on that. It puts you somewhere. It makes you very strong at what you do as a creative. I'll tell you that. You know what's up, so nobody can pull a fast one on you. Like, nah, bruh. You gotta be kidding me. You got me twisted, bruh. I had the same thought. Absolutely. Um, that is why I've been doing a lot of visualization for my music lately. You're talking right. Amen. What about the collaborations? I'm in Chicago. Hey, what's up, Andre Bass? What's up? What about collaboration? I'm down for that. I'm down for that. You'd be surprised of who's watching and listening. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100. That man, that's facts right there. Cause that's what happened to me. BMW or Mercedes commercials too. Absolute. Look, I'm telling you, man. All you gotta do, yeah. I feel like that's a great way to start right there. I've done stuff like that. And matter of fact, in school, like we had to take this video image that goes for like like a dental commercial um or a home real estate or something like that. Like they gave us pictures, those like short movie joints, and we had to come up with music that fits it. We had to come up with music with just like no words, but there was one that had vocal in it where a lady was talking, and you gotta structure the music according to how she was advertising in the video. If you can find stuff like that, a great example is like what we talking about now. Grab a BMW Mercedes commercial and put music to it and upload that junk. I'm telling you, man, that's going to be the best way, and it kind of trains you your ear or trains you like to do stuff to the picture or whatever. Um, the flip side to that is it makes it kind of difficult to do that, like to like come with something truly authentic because first of all, when you go and download it, you already listening to the music that's already attached to it. So I would say to be fair and to not sell yourself short is to actually turn down the volume. Turn down the volume when you look for these videos and look at something that's pretty dope. Okay, I like that. And then however you download that joint and then you upload it into whatever program, Studio One, whatever. In Studio One, you can strip that audio or you can mute it. I think you can do one or two things. I strip the audio out usually and put that thing on mute or delete it or whatever. Now I just have the film in there, and I will just compose to that and re-upload that somewhere. So now you got like something you can show people. Like, hey, you know, because the first question they ask is, "Have you done it before?" And you gotta have experience. So this is not elementary school. You know what I mean? Like you're not an intern. You're not doing any of that at this moment. When you going after placements, you gotta like this ain't no game. Like we talking about money. Ain't no middleman. You going for the money. You trying to get placed. So when you come with it and you showing people your work, it's like boom. This is my resume. This is what it is. Look, check this out. You know what I mean? And they look at that, and that's like, you know, you getting a visual with the music. You know what I mean? As if you was called to do that project. That just sets you up for success. I think. Like, fake it till you make it, right? I think that's a great way to do it. And like I was saying, what I was beginning to say, it trains you to look out for certain things. So when you see certain things happening in the film, you gauge, you know what I'm saying? You just it kind of puts you in that lane, when a car turns, cuts a corner right here, boom. Like you got to do something kind of like, or I don't know, trunk being slammed, or maybe hit the bump. If it's like a rainy, because the car commercials, they try to show the performance of a car, how well it performs in the rain, how it performs in the snow. Um, they really trying to show the shiny aspects of that vehicle and how dope it is. So you gotta capture that moment. You know what I mean? So um, knowing when to, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so I would encourage you to do stuff like that. I think that's a great idea, and post that on YouTube, post that on Instagram, post that wherever you use, and just keep doing it. Yeah, that's what's painting was all about. Absolutely, the hustle is real. Absolutely, my kids use GarageBand and they use it better than me. My son is like that. No, both of my kids are like that. My daughter and my son, they be in that. It's almost like they be doing like a beat battle between each other. And I'm sitting there like, bruh, and you can do that in GarageBand? I'm just like amazed, like, wow. Yeah. Mm, I'm trying to get them in Studio One, but it's what they work with. Yeah, good. I'll say good luck with that. Because right now, if you're talking about GarageBand appears to be more flashier. The GarageBand provides way more easier options than Studio One. Studio One is a little bit more complicated, and the Studio One is not a beat maker. We made it to do that, right? Because if that was the case, then they would have more instruments and stuff like that. I mean, if you have those options, then obviously, then whatever. But from a standpoint of like Garage Band, now you know what I'm thinking about Garage Band on the phone, because that's what my kids do. They use it on their iPads and on their iPhones. That's why I think Garage Band has a upper hand, because it's on a mobile device. Studio One has not gotten to that point. They just have a remote app, but I need to make beats. That Studio One is definitely more advanced. I say Studio One is really made for mix engineer. It's not really a music production tool. I mean, it is like I sound crazy because all of my videos is really based on music production and I'm using Studio One. But if you want to be honest, like if I had to choose a DAW based on all that you get in terms of music production, I would definitely go the Logic Pro route because of how that thing and what it's made for, right? But I choose to use Studio One because of all of the amazing tools in there, and I don't necessarily need to use stock instruments to do stuff because I use Contact. So I figure if I got Contact, then I could go anywhere. I can work in any DAW. I can do whatever I want anywhere because as long as I'm able to use my third party plugs, it doesn't matter where I go. So Studio One became my my choice because of what it does as a DAW in terms of editing and stuff like that. So I chose Studio One based on how easy it is to use because I also mix, master, and I was looking at something that can do that really well and it not being a bloated system like Pro Tools or Cubase to a certain extent. Um, Ableton is great, but like I can't mix in Ableton live. That's I just wouldn't do it. Or to like a DAW that can record a band, a full band. You know what I'm saying? So Studio One became that thing, and but if I was just only doing music, it probably wouldn't be Studio One. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It probably wouldn't be. It probably would be Ableton. You know, something like that between Ableton and Logic, probably. Um, or FL Studio. FL Studio will probably probably be the thing I'm looking for more than anything actually because you know those platforms are made for music. Like they just hands down, they are made for music. Even Reason, made for music. Studio One wasn't really made for music. It was made for mix engineers. If you look at how it's set up, but based on how dope it is, it people are doing stuff. Because if that was the case, we won't. Why is it that I don't feel like I need to go through down this rabbit hole, but why is it that we just now getting like okay, so chord uh inserting chords and having like a window for chords. Why is it that we just got that the last update? Oh, not the last update in 4. That's what I meant to say. We got that in 4. Stuff like that. You know what I mean? Um, why is it that I'm trying to think. Like the chord track that happened in 4.0, I think. I don't think that was in 3. Yeah, it wasn't in 3. That the chords happened in 4. Yeah, that happened in 4. What else? It's like some things that we couldn't do the entire time, but they see people using it for music production, so it's like, okay, so we can add this in there, and we can do that. Um, I guess with the Atom Pad and the SQ, it kind of validates Studio One as the music maker program. But like, why don't we have an app for it? It seems like everybody else have an app. Cubase got an app for making beats. Machine has an app for making beats. I mean, it's I don't use it. I don't even know if they still support it, but whatever. Ableton Live has some type of app for making beats. Um, GarageBand is the version of Logic for making beats on your phone, on your iPad, right? Reason has a app for making beats. There's even apps that don't have a full app or software, like Beatmaker 3. I think they are at 3 for making beats on an iPad or whatever, or your iPhone. Um, you know, stuff like that. Let me see what else. If you notice, Pro Tools is not in the lane. People make beats on Pro Tools, but that's not what Pro Tools was designed for. Which is why their MIDI is terrible. Stuff like I've been in there, so I know, but not lately. So I'm sure they fixed it. I'm sure people do, but you know, Pro Tools is really mainly known for mixing. It's not something that you would do for if you try to do music. You're not doing that in Pro Tools. I again, I haven't searched for it, but Pro Tools, you are not finding no beat maker Pro Tools app, yo, because that's not what Pro Tools is after. Let me see. I'm trying to think of something. I've named all of the major ones. All of the major ones seem to have a beat making thing going on. Now there's something with Studio One. There's this. I got to do a review on that, I guess. But there's an app. There's an app for Studio One that you can make um, beats that connects with Studio One, but it's not by Studio One. You know what I mean? It's a third party with company involved. But yeah, it's just, Persona's just I don't know. They have a remote app. Like how come we just can't get a beat making app? Like, come on, man. Like I think that would set the game straight. Said Cubase will do that too. Uh Cubase. Yeah, John made a good point. Yeah, you can find music. You can find videos with no music. It's royalty free. It's all about the research and make it your own. Yeah, I failed to mention that too, because if you take a Cadillac film, that stuff is obviously copywritten. But I think that if you have those links available, like in it, like you definitely can't have that on YouTube. I probably wouldn't do that on YouTube and try to monetize that. You probably won't be able to do that. But like, if you was to upload it to like to Instagram or something like that, I think you should be okay. Instagram is getting bad too, but I mean, I think you have a better chance on Instagram than you would YouTube because YouTube is horrifying when it comes to that. They'll hit you for something that ain't even it's not even facts. Like, I get copyright hits all the time. I'm like, nah, bro, you ain't doing that. They think they got something. Like, nah, that's my music. I created it myself, so y'all can like push back on that. Um, all good, people. I am call it for the night. I appreciate it, Kay. Garage is toned down version of yeah. It's a really good toned down version of Logic Pro. To the point where they made Logic like GarageBand. They had to grab some stuff from GarageBand and import that. So I'm like, wow. I keep bringing up the inbox. I see what y'all on. Y'all sleepy. I see what it is. But yeah, I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Um I definitely thought that I would be doing like I definitely thought that I would cook up something, but I just wasn't feeling it. It just kind of turned into like a hang out with my fans and hang out with my family type thing. Um, so we talking about Big Sur. So Big Sur is being supported. Big Sur is good. Big Sur is all good. So the next stream we now that Big Sur is on board, you know what I mean? Obviously anything from this point forward will work perfectly. So far, hey, you know, everything is good. There's no glitches. Everything seems to be the same. Let's run that back. Yep, no issues. I don't hear any. Yeah, I don't hear nothing. I don't see anything. Everything seems to be working perfectly. I have contact in here. No issues. Yep. So I'm good. I'm gonna continue this probably tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta finish it pretty soon though. Yeah. So just make like I say, just make sure that like the things that you're using is compatible because you don't want to do that and run into an issue. But so far, everything that I use on my computer is all good. I tested everything that I use. I'm cool. There was a couple of things that didn't work, and I'm okay. Like just what I noticed so far are things that I can't use, which are things that I don't use. Like this citrus online, I don't even know what that is. I don't use that, but it seems to be uncompatible. Trigger instrument editor alias. I don't use that. But I hope this is not I hope that this is not the Slate one. Trigger instrument editor needs update, but I don't remember it. See, and this is something else too, because like trigger instrument editor needs to be up. It tells you it needs to be updated, so it's probably like an update for it, which is kind of just informative. GarageBand. I don't use GarageBand on here. I don't use it at all actually. Lazy desktop manager. I don't use this, so I'm okay. Everything else works. I don't see. Everything else works fine. So I mean, if you can identify any of these plugs, um, if you was wondering, okay, see Spitfire Audio. I don't know. Is any of you guys working using Spitfire stuff? Ready to install. See, there's an install. Spitfire updated version. Spitfire must be updated. Please click. Oh dang, they on 17. Released November 20th. Ready to install. Install and restart. They want my credentials. I can't get that to y'all. Gotta pull that off the screen. Yeah, so I'm updating this here, and everything looks to be okay. That was quick. I did not expect that. You don't have what? I have a bunch of stuff with them. Like, what's going on? Updates, downloading, labs. I thought this stuff was already installed. I probably had to connect the folder to whatever. Cause yeah, probably have to just resync the folder. Cause I don't even know if half this stuff is correct. The default content path, huh? That's right. But yeah, so this works, no issues, stuff like that. So yeah, install, update with precaution. Let's make sure that this is what you want to do. Thanks for hanging out with us. No problem. I'm going to end it here because I am hungry. I got to get some rumbling in my tummy. I got to get something going on. All right, guys. I had fun. I appreciate you guys. I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow or not. I don't know. I can't really call it right now. It just depends on how the day is going and my responsibilities. I can't neglect my responsibilities. But until next time, guys. Remember, music is art. You the artist. Paint your picture. Stay creative without rules. I'll just play this while we end it.